Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Students, I would request you to settle down. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, let me tell you about this one phrase that I came across as a young kid. And I'm pretty sure you might have heard about it too. Necessity is the mother of all innovation. At that young age, well, let's be honest, our necessities were pretty limited. Mine mostly ranged between eating, sleeping, and watching cartoons. But in this fast-paced world where the necessities are increasing rapidly, our innovations also got to catch up.
That is why it's an immense honor for me, Rahul Chetri, 12th course Baka,
And I, Sukriti Chawla, 35th course BHM,
to welcome you all to the Entrepreneurship Conclave 2023. Innovate, elevate, savor. Navigating entrepreneurship in the hotel management, culinary arts, and nutrition. I would especially like to welcome our Principal Sir, Dr. Chef K. Thiru, our Vice Principal Sir, Dr. Raj Shekhar, our chief guests for the event, the faculty members, and of course, my peers. It is an absolute delight for me to be among such talented entrepreneurs and innovators. Let's see what they are tackling today.
let us begin the day by seeking the blessings of the Almighty God for the success of the event. I would request the AV team to please play the invocation.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Thank you, AV team, for such a spiritual start to the day. Now, I would like to request Chef K. Thiru and the dignitaries and our beloved Sethu ma'am to bring in a special start to the day with the lighting of the lamp, followed by a floral tribute to our founder, Dr. T.M.A. Pai, along with a group photograph. I request Professor Ratnadeep Bhattacharya sir and Anusha ma'am to assist the dignitaries.
Thank you, everyone, for filling this morning with such grace. I would now like to invite our beloved principal, Dr. Chef K. Thiru, to encourage these young visionaries with his inspiring words.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this Entrepreneurship Conclave 2023. On the outset, it gives me my immense pleasure to welcome this morning chief guest, Mr. Prashant Arur, guest of honor, Mr. Pankaj Mehrotra from 4th Course BHM, and my Mahe colleagues, Dr. Manish Thomas, CEO, Bio Incubation Center, and Mudbi, Mahe Manipal, and Chief Innovation Officer, Dr. Zubair, Mahe, and our own alumni, Niyati from 18th Course, and Satinder Pal Singh from 18th Course, and Nishant Vijay Kumar from 24th Course, and Ajay Sharma from 29th Course, and Professor Setu, who was, founding Entrepreneurship Development Cell, coordinator of WGSHA, and my colleagues and my dear students. This morning we gathered here to take you through, you as an aspiring student, what is in it for you in a 3 years or 4 year journey in academic space, and how you get inspired, or some of you have already idea to become an entrepreneur. Some of you have your own family businesses, but how you, going to transform your family business into what is existing now, or you have a lot of idea, or you have identified some problem, how you're going to solve those problems through your innovative and creativity. So when we started discussing and deliberating how we can go about Entrepreneurship Conclave 2023, so if you look at that, innovate, elevate, savor, and we are, why we want to do that, you young minds have a lot of aspirations, what you want to do in future. WGSHA, Mahe and ITC leadership team always encourages to think beyond what we can offer in classrooms. Now, the reason which we invited, if you look at the speakers we lined up for the whole day, they're going to, inspire you and what they have gone through in their journey. And yesterday we had celebrated Innovation Day. Now, there are about, out of 1,289 students, about 12 teams participated in that. Now, most of them are, the jury members are here. And we could see that the students who took part, all the ideas, it's, could be commercialized, looking at their initial phase and how, they can, mitigate those gaps which jury members have addressed. The reason I'm saying that why 12 teams participated, but others, I don't know, we gave options to you. But, if not this year, next year, you should take initiative to participate in that. So if you look at that Innovation Day followed by Entrepreneurship Day, a lot of connections are there. And the students who had came out with an idea, and the jury members are expert in their domain, they gave a lot of suggestions, value additions, how to, take it forward further. And today we are here to celebrate Conclave. Now, entrepreneurship is not a cup of coffee for everybody. No, when I went and addressed in various forums, moderating, or I'm part of the panel members, some student asked in Kerala, so why you didn't take up? I said, I have grown up in an environment where my dad used to go to work in Southern Railways, but I never thought of it that to become an entrepreneur. But if you look at that today, the most successful entrepreneurs, it could be Riya Samlani or Samir and Yash, the young. I'm just quoting a few examples. And, if Riya Samlani is not from hotel, nothing to do with hotel management. He's running one of the finest restaurant chain in India. Maybe Rameswaram Cafe, Raghavendra Rao. He's not from hotel management, he's an engineer. Now look at that, the reason which I'm saying all this, because you are acquiring professional qualification. Now sometimes you can't be overconfident that, because I've learned in structured classroom, whatever, the finance or a culinary or a nutrition related, anybody can, challenge you. Now, if you look at that, today, all the speakers, they're going to share their, inspirational, you get really inspired by what work they are doing. Now, country like India, now if you look at that recent times, the way which we, moving forward, whether it could be a G20 presidency or it could be a World Cup hosting nation, look at the economic activity which is in and around evolved in that. India spent about 4,100 crores on G20 presidency. For what? People like you. We are talking in terms of pitching ourselves into developing nation. We talk about green energy, green finance, so on and so forth. So much to do, for you in future. So you're in the right country, right time, and you get really inspired by the entrepreneurs of, the successful entrepreneurs from India. If you look at our own, Dr. Ranjan Pai, he acquired Byju's. We are running a second largest, hospital chain in the country, and so many startups he is supporting. So yesterday when Dr. Zubair and Manish, the team which presented skating, skateboard, and good idea. So we'll try and, connect with some, entrepreneurs or investors who can take your idea and take it forward. Okay, so lots to discuss. We have, speakers we lined up, and they're going to take you through, their journey. This is, important for you, how you spend your whole day, what is you need to take away, and then one is you're creating network. Second thing, you have an idea, and then you can reach out to us, and we will help you out. And this is not the structured classroom. This is for you to open up, ask, questions, each speaker when they, finish their talk, and note it down, ask them. And I don't want to tell that, because they're going to share what they are doing. It maybe look very, colorful, but the challenges, what they've gone through, which is not visible to us. But however, that passion which is driving them to continue this business. So that's what. So we say that what are the attributes required to be a successful entrepreneur? You can list a number of it. But how you going to manage day by day, whether it's you have to be, leadership quality, or you have a creativity, passion, the many things which is there, whatever you do. So we are here to support you. We are here to motivate you. We are here to inspire, bringing all the successful entrepreneurs and under one forum, and then, listening to them. Okay, with that, I wish you all the best, and God bless you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Chef, for inspiring words. And as rightly said by Chef, act upon what you can do beyond the classrooms. Okay, so are you ready to be marveled by some top dreamers and visionaries in the industry? I know, I'm waiting to be enthralled.
21st November 2023 was a really important date for all of us present. Innovation Day, unlocking the creativity in the world of hospitality, culinary arts, and nutrition. Because if it hadn't been for innovation in all aspects, none of us would be privileged enough to be standing here. So, I would like to applaud all the participants who, despite being at such a young age, took part in yesterday's competition and showed some revolutionary ideas. And you know what? Similar is the story of our chief guest and keynote speaker for today, Mr. Prashant Rao Arur, who proves that you're never too young or too old to follow your dreams. I would like to call upon Anushka Bhattacharya, 11th course Baka, to introduce Sir.
We are privileged to be in the presence of a true trailblazer in the realms of hospitality and real estate, Mr. Prashant Rao Arur. With a career spanning over 15 years, Mr. Arur has been an instrumental force shaping and redefining the landscape of these industries. Currently serving as the co-founder and CEO of Alt Realtech, Mr. Arur brings a wealth of experience and insight, leveraging innovation in the intersection of real estate and financial technology. His astute leadership has been pivotal in steering the company towards new heights of success. Notably, Mr. Arur also holds the esteemed position of Executive Director of the Vittal Group, founded the Avatar Hotel, showcasing his multifaceted approach in the hospitality sector. His strategic vision has been instrumental in carving unique experiences within this domain. Moreover, Mr. Arur's involvement in TIE, a global network of entrepreneurs and investors, as a member of the core committee for the food and beverage industry, speaks volumes about his commitment to fostering collaboration and growth within these sectors. Previously, as the Managing Director and CEO of IntelliStay Hotels, his visionary leadership validated the Mango Hotel business, propelling it into a flourishing chain encompassing 30 hotels across India. His journey stands as a testament to resilience, innovation, and unwavering commitment to the excellence. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Prashant Rao Arur, a visionary leader whose contributions continue to shape the future of hospitality and real estate.
Thank you, Anushka. I almost didn't recognize the person you were talking about. It sounds so rosy when you put it that way. It was a much more ordinary and straightforward story and a lot of luck and chance involved. Thank you, Chef, for having me on the stage. I'm an outsider in the industry, and very few educators have the guts to put me on a stage because I can, talk about some radical ideas which don't always fit the agenda of the way hospitality has been done through the years. We're under the watchful gaze and unflinching eyes of Dr. Pai. So I'll try and stay honest. And I'm going to start with talking about my journey today. And this is not with the intention of glorifying a journey or about all the rosy parts of it. It's about keeping honest and telling you how using this opportunity to bring out anecdotes of real-world decision-making points in your life where you take key decisions that shape the rest of your life. So it doesn't happen as planned as people make it out to be. It's quite organic. A lot of chance involved. There's a lot of difficult decisions involved. There are a lot of sleepless nights and crying into the pillow involved. So I'm going to try and stay honest and talk about a lot of these aspects. So my life, as far as today's event goes, starts with being born into quite an old family-run business. Shankar Vittal started in 1929 as a transport company. Anybody here who's went to school between 1950 to 1985 would have probably gone to school in a Shankar Vittal bus. It was equivalent of what was a road transport corporation for this area. Shankar Vittal and a couple of compatriots called Hanuman and CPC, the three of them were basically the road transport corporation for Western Karnataka. So when we were born, there was no question of us having any career choices. We basically had to join Shankar Vittal and run Shankar Vittal. That was non-negotiable. And so fortunately for me, I was fourth generation, and you will hear a lot of people who talk about family businesses say that most family businesses survive 3 generations. So Shankar Vittal was already an anomaly when I was born. It shouldn't even have been there. And the fact it was there was itself a very unusual situation. But in 1985, the Road Transport Act was changed suddenly. And like many of the great businesses that were born in Western Karnataka and South Canara, we were getting nationalized. A 7 or 8 of the great banks of India came from this area. They were nationalized. Similarly, our road transport corporations, we had some 3 or 4 very large corporations. They were all soft nationalized because the government made it very difficult for these companies to continue operating and try to move all the bus transport to their own road transport corporations. So Shankar Vittal was in a flux. It didn't know whether to continue investing in this transport business. And we're talking about 700 buses and thousands of employees, unions. And so how do you demolish a giant like that? This has been a primary employer of the district. And so I had no clear idea what I was supposed to do, whether we revive this business, do we get into some other business. So in the absence of a clear agenda, I went and did engineering. And that was my qualification as well, like the example that Chef mentioned earlier. Because engineering for me seemed to be a safe option. It would teach me logical reasoning. It would teach me thinking. I would be able to figure out stuff. And so I had a lot of options with engineering, and that's what I did. And thereafter, I worked for a few automobile and third-party transport corporations just to understand the business from a non-Shankar Vittal perspective to try and get experience in somebody else's company. 2 nights ago, 2 gentlemen from Hubli came and had dinner with me in Mangalore. And they own a lovely, slightly somewhat aged now, but what used to be one time a prime hotel in that area called the Hans Hotel. It's a beautiful hotel. And while we were having dinner, they reminded me that almost every weekend I would do a gig at the hotel. I would either DJ at the bar, or I would mix drinks for them, or I would, apparently I don't remember this, but I would hire their banquet hall and organize private events in the hotel. And he asked me, is it possible that that was your first experience with hospitality and where the rest of your journey came from? And it had gone to some dark corner of my mind. I never thought about it. And when he said that, it suddenly struck me as that's probably true, because that was the first time I went into the back of house of a hotel. And the hotel romance starts in the back of the house. The front of the house is too well kept. But when you go to the back of the house, you see, like if you open a watch and see the clockwork inside, that's where the beauty starts, how things fall in place, how multiple, it's like an orchestra, right? Like a symphony orchestra. Multiple people doing different things, but all coming together in one synchronized tune. That's the beauty of a hotel operation, right? So that was probably the first experience I had to hospitality as a, to see that maybe the passion for it. And then having come back to Mangalore, we had decided that we're not going to stay in the transport business. And so we got rid of the buses. Oh, it takes 10, 15 years to do that. It's not an overnight decision. You have to decide, and then you have to let people go. And so while this was going on, we were becoming more and more of a real estate player. We were consolidating land holdings. We had started to build buildings and things like that. So at this time, I didn't want to stay there and sort of miss out any opportunity of discovering what my own passions are. And so with permission from the family, I left. I went to Bombay with my whatever savings I had, and I did an MBA from SPJIMR, which is one of the top MBA colleges in India, and they have a lovely program on family managed business. So I took advantage of it, because when you're in a family business, the perspective with entrepreneurship is slightly different from a startup environment. And so I needed to understand both the family side of things as well as the business side of things, which are sometimes, have a great deal of relationship to each other. So while doing that, all my classmates at college were writing their final year business plan on their own businesses, which they knew very well, and they knew, what had to be the next step for those businesses. So all their business plans were about their own family business. Whereas I was coming from a family business that decided not to continue as that business. So I really didn't know what business plan to put out, because there was no way I'm going to write a business plan about transportation, and we hadn't had a strategic vision as to what we were going to do next. We were in a flux. And so that's why I think one of the thoughts that I had was that let me look at something to do with in hospitality. And the idea was fairly simple. If you go back to 2005, 7, 9, it's a time when I was doing my MBA, and if you look at the hotel environment in India, you really had 2 choices. You had a very affluent, what we used to simply call 5-star. Now we have so much segmenting. We have upscale, upper upscale, luxury, luxury deluxe. That time it was 5-star or lodge. Those were the 2 options you had. And there were a lot of 5-star hotels, and there were a lot of family lodges, but there wasn't a middle segment. Like, you had a Courtyard Marriott in America, or you had a Ibis in France. You didn't have that middle option, a mid-scale or a upper economy sort of option in India. I think Ginger had just opened maybe 2 or 3 hotels. They weren't even called Ginger. They were called Indy One or some other name in the original plan. And maybe Lemon Tree, Patu had just done maybe 2 or 3 hotels at that time, maybe 2 hotels at that time. And the problem with these 2 brands is that they were hardware specified. So they were defined to look and feel exactly the same wherever you went and stayed with them. That means the room had to be that size, the bathroom fitting had to be that fitting, the color combination had to be a certain way, the height of the lobby had to be a certain way. This meant that you had to actually go and build these hotels from scratch. And anybody who's built in India knows that there are so many third-party influences on that timeline. Projects can get stuck due to regulatory reasons, there could be financial issues, there could be permissions, there could be an airport notice saying height restriction. So there could be so many things that disrupt. So it takes a long time to build out a chain of 100 hotels by building them by actually pouring concrete and building them. That takes a very long time in a country like India. In a country like China, you can do it quickly because all the regulations are crystal clear. In India, ambiguity is our specialty. We love to be ambiguous. हो भी सकता है, नहीं भी हो सकता है, पता नहीं, देखना पड़ेगा. So in that situation, when we had so many family-run, sometimes lodges, sometimes slightly better 3-star hotels in the heart of the city, in prime real estate, near the action, near the railway stations, near the city center, the hub of the city, the problem with these hotels is they were either badly maintained, too much interference from the family, the owner will sit on the cash counter, or they would be old, 30 years, 40 years old. The idea was simple. Can we go back to these hotels which are past their prime? Classic example was the Hans Hotel in Hubli, which was just getting past its prime. It had been great and was sort of slightly sliding, and new age hotels were opening. So it was losing its sheen. So can we go to a hotel like that and correctly advise these owners on how to bring it back to life, to put a professional team in place, and to give a career to these employees? A lot of these employees were really staff. They were not employees in terms of career hoteliers. Can we attract talent from professional hospitality to come and run these hotels, and therefore create a brand that didn't define itself by hardware, but define itself by the software of the hotel, meaning that how it made you feel, how it approached food as a concept, how we could standardize a few things. The linen could be similar, the mattress could be of a certain quality, the hygiene standards and back of house, some things could be standardized. You could have 1 or 2 elements of art that would repeat from hotel to hotel, but why not each hotel look like a reflection of the city that it is in? Why can't a hotel in Jodhpur look like a hotel that belongs to Jodhpur, and a hotel in Coimbatore look like a hotel that came from Coimbatore? And it's absolutely fine, depends on how the brand defines its own. So the Mango Hotel idea came from this philosophy of not pouring new concrete to build new hotels, but converting already existing good hotels or badly run hotels into professional. And in 10 years, from 2000, I think it was 2011 when we did our first one, we leased the first 2 hotels because people asked, who are you? We haven't heard of you. And then thereafter we did the 3rd or 4th, and then people started giving us management contracts. They had little more faith in us, so they would trust us to operate the hotel on contract. And in the end, we were even doing franchising because it was getting too much to run each hotel. We needed to roll out faster, and we were even choosing franchising, which is the lightest model for hospitality. I think Fortune, for example, does franchising these days more than perhaps. So in 10 years, we went to about 35 odd hotels. We'd also closed 3 or 4 hotels. So I would have done about 40 deals over 10 years. We had 1,500 employees across India of our own. Plus we had employees and management contracts that weren't our own employees, but they were employees of the owners of those hotels. And for 5 years in a row, we were ranked as the fastest growing hotel chain in India. In 2019, I got a call from home and said, look, it's been 10 years. I need to know, are you coming back or should we wrap this up? And so I had to take a call on whether we should, I should change my life again. I was spending 180 days a year traveling. I was putting on weight. I was putting on a kg and a half every year. I was eating badly. I was drinking badly, mainly because of, meetings happened over, in a hotel, a meeting happens in the restaurant. It doesn't happen in a boardroom. And so this was taking a toll on my family. I wasn't seeing my children enough. I wasn't seeing my wife enough. And I wasn't seeing my parents enough. And it was, I was traveling to Mangalore once a year. I used to come 4-5 times a year at one point. And I was staying away more and more. It was a point at which I had to decide whether I continue with that or whether I come back. And so I brought an exit for my company. It was a good exit. It was a merger with one of the world's largest hotel chains for their India division, and we got to be the majority partner in India. It was a very good deal. Unfortunately, after I left, the deal went into trouble, and the people who continued that company couldn't solve the matter and couldn't come to terms. So it was really a wasted opportunity. I don't say that publicly normally, but these are all students from hospitality, so it's like some inside information. I came back in 2019. We borrowed in Mangalore to convert one of our Shankavitla assets into a hotel. And I was going to do a 3-star hotel like I was used to doing and which I knew very well. I had teams of people from my past company who could do it without me even telling them what to do. It was a very practiced routine for us. And the day I packed my bags, the country went into lockdown. So I couldn't travel. I had to stay in an apartment in Mumbai, which is the most depressing place to be in a lockdown. Let me tell you, 4 walls in Mumbai is the worst place you can be in a lockdown. And I had a son who was just born. He thought the world was all white because I was on the 34th floor and you couldn't even see greenery outside. You could just see sky. And it's a very weird experience and gets you thinking about life. And I think that's where we started writing my second entrepreneurial journey in my mind. I would sit on the balcony for hours just staring into space thinking what was wrong with our industry, what are the things that we do for not for good reason, whether it's the best way to do some things. The problem with our industry is that we evolve very slowly. Some of the principles in your textbook are probably written more than 100 years ago by somebody in a different continent at a different time and a different period in this world. And for some reason, our ability to change and evolve is very, very slow. I think the enemy is the brand book. Every brand has a brand book, and over time that brand book becomes a Bible, and over time the brand books become each other. They start imitating each other's brand books. In the end, you get one ordinary quality across hotel chains because everybody is following the same specification and losing all character in the process. And this is an unpopular view, so I would completely expect to be challenged on this thought by anybody. And so I was thinking that if the time has come to rewrite some of these principles, this would be the time. And it was a very odd time. We came back to Bangalore in June that year, after 6 months of lockdown, I think. And I'd already borrowed, so I couldn't decide to stop the project. I had to build the hotel. There was a time bomb ticking. I had a moratorium period in which to finish the hotel project. So I didn't know where the labor were going to come from. I didn't know where the material was going to come from. Importing was out of question. We had to localize a lot of things. I didn't know how long the lockdown would last. That was the worst part. We didn't know whether to open the whole hotel, to leave the banquets out because social gatherings were not allowed. Maybe we should open the banquets 2 years later. So we had to take a hell of a lot of decisions. Every morning we got up second-guessing ourselves. And second-guessing during a live project is the worst thing you can do. You must have everything down on paper before you start, because once you start, you can't think. You have to just execute. And here I was thinking every day and changing the plan every day, and often to the, driving my team mad because they woke up with the clarity and they went to bed without clarity and they had to get new clarity in the morning. And I really appreciate them for, staying and believing in a period like that when nobody knew the right answers. We are all second guessing, right? We are all taking a punt, not knowing what the outcome would be. And in the process, I think we redefined a few things. There are 4 or 5 pillars that we stand for, that we don't like about the industry, that we thought we corrected. The one that I'm most proud about is equality between guest and host. For too long, hotels have been saying the guest is always right. I'm sorry, I've watched too many guests. The guest is not always right. And some guests can be extremely difficult and extremely unreasonable. And it's not fair to spoil a perfectly good relationship with a perfectly good employee to keep an unnecessary guest happy who's not adding any value to your business and is going to continue to trouble you and hound you. So I think we need to move away and say that while we are in the service business and we will serve with all passion and all honesty, we are not servants. You cannot talk to us badly. You cannot chew us. You cannot display drunken behavior with us. We will tolerate to a point. Security will be nice. They will try and escort you with your elbow first, but if you don't, then we'll have to, physically. I think if we don't make this change, we will lose a lot of great talent from the industry to silly outcomes where a guest complains about somebody while the guest himself was wrong. And we'll end up losing an employee who was perfectly good for no reason and no fault of theirs. So this one thing we set out to change. I think even now, Imran and Ashi, who are in the crowd, fight with me on a daily basis saying, Arey, chalne do, sir. It's okay. I said, no, blacklist the person. I don't want him back. Like, no, sir, we can't blacklist somebody. Let them come. We'll take care of it. I said, no, you're driving away your staff. And I'm advocating for the staff and they're advocating for the guests. So that's how bad our industry is. Once we inculcate a thought in somebody's brain to change that thought, even today, after 4-5 years of doing this, I can't change Imran's mind because he's coming from traditional hospitality. He's had a hospitality education. He's worked in 5-star hotels. It's been grilled and he will refuse to, he will fight with me tooth and nail on behalf of the guest. And I have to fight on behalf of our own teams. The second thing is hotels became very cookie cutter. You went to a Hyatt, you went to a Taj, you went to a Marriott. The same room came from China, from the same factory in all these hotels. Have you gone to a hotel and seen a Buddha statue in the lobby? How many people have seen a Buddha statue in a hotel? So that Buddha statue is a classic indication that all this furniture and fit out is coming from this one region of the world, and there is no character or thought behind what it should reflect. Why Buddha? And what relevance does Buddha have in an indoor? I mean, absolutely no relevance. So it's just without questioning, it's just like, this is the thing to do. This is what the SOP book says. Let's do it. Let's pack up this container, put this room, and we'll go and assemble it in Jabalpur. We have a Buddha statue in Jabalpur suddenly. So that was the one thing that we wanted to change. We did a lot of localization. It was also forced on us. We were in a pandemic, so we had to source a lot locally. We didn't have. So we used local material. We got local artists to paint walls, to do frescoes. We got a local photographer commissioned to take everyday pictures of Mangalorean life. And there was a lot of story there. A woman drying areca, somebody selling fish, a fisherman casting a net. These are some beautiful moments of every day. It's like Mangalore caught in motion but frozen in time. And that artwork does so much to our walls. People can spend hours looking at them because there's so much detail that you miss on the first attempt. You come on the second attempt and you notice a few more things. It's actually an enriching experience. A person feels like they're in Mangalore. Why should they come and see paintings of Buddha on a wall in Mangalore? It makes absolutely no sense for them. They just walk past it without engaging with it. And we waste the opportunity to engage someone, right? The third thing that really drove me mad, I'm so happy to see glass bottles here. The amount of plastic bottles we threw out at hotels was unpardonable. We threw out so much plastic on a daily basis, single-use plastic I'm talking about. The sachets, the coffee sachets, the cookie sachets, everything was made out of plastic. Even our toothbrush will be in a nice cardboard box and then wrapped in plastic for no reason. And so we wanted to get rid of single-use plastic, and I think we've done. I think the only failure we had is with maybe dairy creamer. I saw a dairy creamer packet somewhere the other day. So somewhere there are some dairy creamers in the hotel, but other than that, I think more or less we've got rid of single-use plastic, which I think was the basic thing to do. Beyond plastic, it's about being as reasonably sustainable in an urban environment as possible. And I think this generation, which is in this room today, care about this not like an agenda, but naturally they care about this. They understand that we've done too much to this planet and it's time to be more responsible, to suffer a little bit, carry a bottle of water, don't buy a plastic bottle of water in a shop somewhere. It's very easy to carry a little steel bottle or a glass bottle with you wherever you go. And furniture. The one thing that Shankar Vittal had in storerooms was we had a hell of a lot of clerk chairs, because when you have 500 buses, you need 500 clerks to do the ticketing and the allocation and the money counting. Money would come in 25 paisa coins at the end of the day. That has to be counted. So you have a lot of clerks. And so we had a lot of clerk chairs, those wooden chairs, the square wooden chairs, almost same design everywhere. So we distressed them, we polished them, we brought them back into our interiors. We had old Spanish windows from the original office, which was a British bungalow, 150-year-old windows from Spain. We revived those windows, we used them in the interiors. We did a lot of recycling. We avoided using fresh wood where we could use used wood. Our other plan was localization in terms of ingredients. I was just telling chef, why would you want to come to Mangalore and try Amritsari fish? So we found in Chef Vasu a very unique human being. He was experienced and traditional chef from the industry. He had done his time. He's done 30 years in all the good brands. He's done time with Taj, with Crown Plaza, with Sheraton. But also, fortunately for me, he was very young at heart. He was younger than many of you in this room in his mind. And he had that hunger and enthusiasm of a young person. He doesn't express it, he doesn't talk about it, but he had done 2 years of research on wellness. I was once on a train after a site visit of a hotel in Goa, which we were thinking of taking over at one point. We were on a train because that was the easiest way to get back to Mangalore. And I had not slept well, so I went to sleep on the side berth. And he was sitting in front of a bureaucrat on the other side. And the bureaucrat asked him one question about 10 minutes into the journey. And Vasu spoke to him until 10 minutes to the end of the journey. So about 6.5 hours in almost a monologue about what to eat, what time of the day to eat, and how to eat it, and cook it with what. I wish I had a camera because I would have made a little podcast right there, and I would put it on YouTube and would have got a million hits for it. But that's how much he's done work and thinking. He thinks a lot about food, how we should consume it, what are its elements, key elements. And this is holistic, it's not gimmicky. It's not to impress, it's for the goodness of your health and wellness and mind. In Shreyas Shetty, who's also alumni of this prestigious institute, and Chef Thiru here, we found another great resource. He came as an experienced barman, but having come in, we inculcated the seed that we need to do cocktails in a spirit-forward method. That means we need to not use juices and canned juice and monins and syrups. Let's use what ingredients we get. And the one thing that's good about Western Karnataka is we have a hell of a ton of pulleys. We have a Vanta pulli, we have a Jarige pulli, we have a Kokam, we have millions of pulleys. You go into a forest, every other tree is a pulli tree. So we built a foraging list of the lovely pulleys of this place, and we've learned to decoction it, we've learned to clarify it, we cook it, we cook your ambade, which is your hawk plum, we can boil it in water. We used to make pickle with it, now we make cocktail with it, dash of brine on top. It tastes wonderful, absolutely. If you want to have a good drink, go to Mangalore and try a cocktail with Shreyas Shetty at the Avatar Hotel. Sorry, chef. But also ingredient driven suddenly. So we were creating here in a random small town of India. We have, in my view, one of the 10 best bar programs in the country. And that's happening because we have somebody who's thinking about it, and my compliments to you to inculcate that idea and thinking in your students who can do original thinking and come up with their own concept. We're building a program called Pillis of Puli. Pili because Pili is the Pili Vesha of Mangalore area, where they do a tiger dance, a body paint and all that. But also saying Pillis of Puli, as in, it's a little tagline under which we are building our local cocktail program. We have Subhash here, who's also alumni of this prestigious institute. I had a friend who is a big shot in Bombay. He runs one of the largest public listed companies, and he's from Mangalore. And one day he called me and said, I'm bringing 30 people down from Bombay. They have an opinion of Mangalorean food. I want you to break that opinion. I want Mangalorean food, but I want you to elevate it to international standards in the way it's put together and plated. So we discussed a date, and I told the team, they took their own sweet time to do the research. I kept asking them, where is the menu? Where is the menu? Never came. I was interested because this was my guest. I was responsible to make sure that, this was 30 VIPs. If they had a bad time, I had a reputation loss here. So I had to make sure that the team was doing a good job. Normally, I don't interfere in day-to-day operations. And one day morning, we play golf every Sunday. We play tournament. And I'm playing tournament with this gentleman. And he says, so all set for lunch today? And I had one moment of paralysis. I just stepped aside and said, try to call Subhash. And Subhash was taking care of wrapping up an event earlier night. And I think it was almost 2:30 when he went home. And here I am at 6 o'clock in the morning. I wake up at 5 o'clock. 2 hours after that, I wake up. So I wake up at 5. I'm in the golf course. I'm calling him. He's not answering. And then half an hour later, he calls me back and says, Prashant, you called. I said, remember that lunch we discussed? Subhash, it's not next week, it's today. So here these guys were with 3 or 4 hours to put this menu together. And I remember seeing names like drumstick bisque and what was it in the pani puri? Some mousse made of horse gram hummus. Yeah, they made a neer dosa with I think it was amaranth and yam mousse, or they had grilled prawn and fish on top of it. They had a ghee roast hollandaise, and these guys went crazy, right? They're like, they've never seen anything like this, and they went mad. And I told him we spent 2 weeks planning a menu. Actually, we spent maybe 2.5 hours planning that menu. And to be able to have this team that you can call at a time like that and say, put this for me together, that's what this hospitality is about. It's about personalizing, it's about creating. The minute you have a template and a book, you can't put that together. You don't get the freedom to think. You have to have this many spirits in the bar. This must be your margin on a liquor cost. This must be your food cost margin. The minute you put all these definitions on a hotel, the hotel person who runs the hotel, even the general manager suddenly doesn't have the power to innovate. And so we are driving away talent from our industry by not allowing, we are tying up people's hands and sending them to fight a war. And that's not fair. And this has to change about our industry. This cannot continue any further. So localization, equality between staff and guests, local arts, local ingredients, being as environmental friendly as possible. All of you are wearing jackets today. You live on the coastal Karnataka. It's 35 degrees outside, 80% humidity. Why in God's name should you be in a jacket? Please tell me. All you're doing is overloading the AC. Again, sorry, chef. I apologize. But the problem is our book is written by somebody sitting in New York in 14-degree weather, where it's absolutely normal to wear a jacket to Sunday church. And we wear lungis here. I don't expect you to change to lungis, but that is not necessarily the best. We wash that jacket, it takes chemicals, it takes water, it takes time to dry, it doesn't dry for 3 months in a year. There's no need to do that to ourselves. We do it because we don't question. And therefore I come, this was the preamble, now I'm coming to the real speech. Do I have time? Am I running out of time? So the real speech is that, yes, Chef was lying, he's an entrepreneur, he's not a, he's as entrepreneur as anybody I've met. He's built this institution, 25 years now, Chef? So you're very entrepreneurial. So you're being very dishonest when you say you're not an entrepreneur. But you can, and many of us don't have the luxury. I was born in a family business, I had options. Some people don't have the option. You have people to take care of at home. You might have an aging parent. You might have a sick sibling. I don't know what pressures you have financially. But if you have security of your family to take care of, you don't have options sometimes. And that's absolutely fine to have a perfectly good career in hospitality. It will be slow, but it will be definite. Provided you put in the time and effort, you will have continuous growth and you will do well. One fine day, you will be so big. I'll give you a good example. There's a guy called, not a guy, I'm a gentleman called Dilip Ray, who was a former petroleum minister. He has the Mayfair hotels in the east of India. I call it the Oberoi of the East. Fantastically run properties. And he used to holiday frequently in Goa and used to stay in Sidade. And he had a guy who would carry his briefcase for him every time he reached Sidade. And he liked this valet because I think even Rupesh Kumar from ITC was saying some of your guests really like meeting the same staff who they've been seeing for 10 years. And a lot of VIPs are like that. They like to see the same stuff. It gives them familiarity. They don't have to explain their likes and dislikes. So he had the same valet for a few years. And one day this valet calls him and says, Saab, and this valet is from Orissa, right? So he's like, Saab, mujhe wapas aana hai. I want to work in Orissa again. So Dilip Ray gives him a job as a valet in the Mayfair Lagoon in Bhubaneswar. And I kid you not, in 25 years, maybe 30 years later, Savagya Mahapatra is the CEO of the Mayfair Hotels. He worked his way from carrying bag of his owner to 25, 30 years being the chairman or managing director of a chain of 10, 12 lovely properties which are Oberoi quality in East India. And so you can have that career. It's slow to start. The first 10 years can be very slow. It can be painful. But that's in a way to check the integrity of the person, the ability to take pressure, the ability to absorb knowledge, the ability to make intelligent decisions on the ground. So you might think that you're not growing, but quite often you are growing. Somebody is making their mind up about you. And just when they decide that you're ready, you would quit out of impatience and go somewhere else and you would start all over again. So sometimes in your early career, having patience and staying and making difference to one organization is quite important. I find a lot of youngsters today absconding. They leave without good reason, without giving notice. And that is the most terrible thing you can do. Because you just wiped away 1 year of career from your biodata, from your CV. You can't do that. People need to be able to count on you. And they're watching this behavior. Somebody who does that will not last very long. Industry is very small. 250 people run the whole industry in India. We talk to each other. We know who you are. We will find you and we will blacklist you. You will not be in a hotel industry for too long. It doesn't work like that. You have to do your notice periods. You have to put in the time. People are watching and it takes 2-3 years for them to give you your first step. But thereafter, you start growing faster. You can have promotions every year for a while, and suddenly, before you know it, you will be moved sideways to open a new hotel. A pre-opening is always a great position to be in because a lot of responsibility, a lot of first-time work. Suddenly, you'll be running. Imran, when he joined us, was in the front desk of my first hotel. He was with me in my old company as well. He was running 15 hotels in South India for me. And that happened in a career of 8 years, not very long. So when we can depend on you, the growth comes really fast. So that's a good career to have. But since the pandemic, a lot of things have changed. The world has moved from a quantity-oriented mindset to a quality-oriented mindset. And there has never been a better time in India to be a single entrepreneur, building something small, something very boutique in some very small town and getting a lot of traction. Thanks to social media, you can't hide a good story anymore. So you can build your story in the most obscure of places. You can build it in rural Tamil Nadu, growing capers like Ishka farms. But they will find out, they will know what you're doing. All these come to the forefront. So it's a great time to take this. It's not very risky to do a small business, a one-off store, a one-off workshop, or one-off farm. These are not very risky decisions. Quite often with friends and family, you can put together enough capital to start one of these. And if you're a good entrepreneur, if you have the discipline, so entrepreneurs, a lot of people are just woke entrepreneurs. They want to be an entrepreneur, but they don't want to do the work of an entrepreneur. They just want to be in the photographs, in the stories, in the press and media. They want to be on Instagram talking about how much entrepreneurship they're involved in. But they're not ready to do the day-to-day grind of the math, the numbers, the detailing, the logistics, the hiring of the people, the talking to the people, the training of the people, managing your cash flow, arguing with your vendors, trying to recover money from your customers, coming to work every day. You do one hard day work, next 3 days you want a break. There's no way you're going to be an entrepreneur with that kind of mindset. You need to be able to, entrepreneur works 2 times the hours of an employee of a hotel. 2 times minimum. Because that's, you never sleep. You're always thinking, your mind is always working. You don't get a break. And 3-4 years of your life go into building something. So if you have that kind of passion for something, if you want to change your life drastically, then entrepreneurship is a great option. That's the small end boutique, but there's also scalable business. India is still early enough in its economic growth that you can still, for a few more years, I believe you can build a chain of something. But I think generally the time is against you to start building chains. The days of the big chains are over. The 250 pizza stores, the 150 burger stores, those days are going. People don't want to try chain anything. They want to go to the temple of something. They want to go to that place and have that brownie. They want to go to that place and have its dosa. They want to go to some other place and have its, something else, dal makhni maybe. But it's becoming an age of specialists. You can't be a jack of all trades. You need to be really good at something. People want variety. They want options. They want a story. They just don't want good food. They want to know who is the chef, what was his experience, what was his story, what was his tragedy, how did he come out. All that is very important to building a business today. The personality of the entrepreneur is very much a personality of that business. And so you have to build it that way. You still can do like a Rameshwaram cafe or all Bangalore chain and specialize in one market. But the minute they start rolling it out across India, they're going to have to standardize. And when you standardize, you have to drop quality. Always a trade-off between quality and standards. The minute you want to replicate, you have to drop standards. And so somebody will make a better dosa in some other town and beat a Rameshwaram cafe, which is a challenge that they're going to have. They might win, I don't know, but that's their challenge to face. And there's a last option, and I'm going to finish with this, is actually what Chef did. It's entrepreneurship. So you're within an organization like Mahe. You have the protection and the safety and the balance sheet of a Mahe, but you have the freedom and liberty to build something. You have the trust of your management to go ahead, go forth and create something and to grow it out to size. And that's called entrepreneurship. So if you're really lucky, you'll get to work in an organization where they will create a cell and allow you to run that cell with some risk-taking ability so that you have the whole experience of an entrepreneur at a young age, but you don't take the necessary financial risk and the stress that an entrepreneur goes through. There are not that many companies out there. I would consider Avatar one of those companies who's trying to do it. I don't know if they do it well. You can talk to our people when I'm not in the room. But I think we are trying to create cells of excellence and saying, we got something called the BRATS program. We got 5 BRATS. So these are completely outside the industry people, or they're coming at a tangent from the industry, and We are asking them to rewrite the rules of the industry. We're asking them to challenge some of this and to build mini business, to build a private gig business, to go to somebody's house, take over their kitchen and build and do food for them in their house for 30 people. Can we package that into something that consistently creates new menus? Can we build the bar program as something that we take as pop-up program to other bars across India and build our reputation in the bar world? Can we try to do a banquet in a box, in the sense up to 20 people, we're trying to put it on Swiggy, whether you can order this banquet off in a 1 hour time frame, we can deliver. Last minute decision to have a house party, can you go online and just book this banquet and we deliver to you? So we're trying to create these little cells and seeing what clicks. We don't know if it will work and we can take that risk. It's not a big risk to take. We'll keep fiddling around till we find something interesting to do. You've been very patient with me. It's been a long address. But here is the essence of it. There is no better place than India, and there is no better time than 2023, and there's no better people than those in this room to now push the envelope and create stories for hospitality from here. The time is now, the place is here, the people are you, and we are counting on you as industry to go forth and rewrite some of the old rules of hospitality. I hope that in 10 years' time, Chef will still be here, of course, and he will be having an option of 100 more, 200 more people, entrepreneurs from this room who will give him a great story on the stage and say what they did to change the status quo in this industry. And we are counting on you to rewrite an Indian age for hospitality. The time of the colonial powers for hospitality is over. Already the Chinese are the highest travelers in the world, and we're still following an American book. The next 20, 30 years, the Indian is going to be the single largest traveler in the world. Please write a story from India on how hospitality should be done. Use Indian common sense, use localization, be environmentally responsible, be good to each other, be good to your employees. Remember that they also have their meal based on your success and failure every day. And I hope that we have a lot of great stories that can be shared from you. Thank you, Chef, for trusting me with the audience. Thank you for the patient hearing. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Would you be kind enough to take a few questions? Do we have any questions for sir?
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
My name is Aishwarya Shetty from 13 Course Baka. My question is, how do you start your marketing business? Like, how do you market your business in the initial days?
Good question. So one of the good things about, if I'd done the avatar in another town, because avatar is a good example for me to answer this question from, it would have been harder for me because I would have been a stranger in that town and it would have been difficult for me to reach people. Every business gets success early on the base of a group called the first users. The first users are your most loyal customers. They're most keen to try and they're most keen to advocate about you. Fortunately, in Mangalore, between me and some of the brats I spoke about, we have 4 or 5 brats. Well, they are marketing brats. One IT person, one PR person, one food generator, one bar person. So together, we build this ecosystem around us. We know about 2,000 people to start with. And we started our hotel phase by phase. Because it was COVID, we opened a bakery first. Then we opened the rooms. Then we opened the restaurant. Then we opened the bar. And then we opened the banquet. And some of these gaps were 6 months, 8 months. So it was not like tomorrow. So for each opening, the good thing was it was manageable size. We had manageable scale up of people. I didn't want to hire 150 people on day one coming out of a pandemic. What if this is 3rd wave or a 4th wave or a 5th wave? I have no idea, right? So we got the word out to our early users. We got them on our Instagram. I think Instagram is one of the most useful tools for marketing because there's no riffraff on Instagram. People who follow you on Instagram truly follow you. And they won't follow you unless they believe in you. You can't, unless you're paying some Bangladeshi farm to grow your Instagram account, which case you'll have absolute no use for your account. But if you have genuine users moving to Instagram, you can look at a lot of the things we do on the avatar page. Instagram, it's called the Avatar Hotel on Instagram. And we are doing not a management book kind of marketing. We are doing common sense marketing. We sit around a table once a week and we just talk. And if anything fun comes out of that conversation, we act on it. It's not like there's no pressure to come up with a marketing idea. The minute you do that, you'll end up doing actions which, you say, aaj kuch karna hai, then you end up doing something you shouldn't be doing just because you have to do something that day. So we're doing it very organically and saying like, does this work? No, maybe not. So like we did third-party Instagram account collaborations. It didn't bring us good customers. We didn't like the comments we were hearing. It was bringing people who didn't care about the things that we cared about. So we decided to exclude those customers. We were going to stop some of those activities. We would now, we did something called Live at Avatar. Once a week, once a month, we booked our own banquet hall, which is 1,000 people space, 24-foot ceiling height. Looks like a factory. I think some of you have been also. We had an event. So we opened the whole hall, the entire 3 sections, and we booked a band from across India. We had Rocknama from Delhi, we had Ragas to Riches from Goa, we had Raiden and Earth, so maybe a top 5 band in India. And we have a membership program called Avatar Gourmet. So anybody who eats with us once, we tag them, and then we can remarket to them thereafter, and we give them a 10% cash back in exchange for them sharing their data with us. So we went out to them. We have now 10,000 members. So we were able to fill 500 people in that room every time. With round table setting, lampshades, food going around in pass-arounds. Some of them were sitting with families, some of them were dancing up front. It was like a social club of clubs in Mangalore. And people thought it was about making money. It wasn't. We were hardly making money in it. The bands were very expensive. These are top bands. But what it did is got people to experience this room, which I would have to wait somebody else to have an event for this person to come and visit us. Here we were doing our first, early days of a banquet. 6 months is very difficult because people have already booked their functions in advance. So here we were getting people to visit our premises to get a feeling of that room. The minute they have a good time, they have a party in their house, who are they going to think about? They're going to think about you. So your marketing must work on such, you find early users, you get word of mouth going, you do such activities where see if customers can pay for your marketing. Our band nights, our customers were paying for our marketing. They were recovering our cost, but we were not spending on filling the room. They were paying for a ticket and coming in. But in the process, 500 new people were finding out about us, up close and personal, not on a billboard somewhere, but listening to the sound, feeling the AC temperature. To come out of a party in Mangalore and have your shirt dry is a huge achievement. And we were doing that for the first time. So, that's how you start on your marketing. You start organic, start small, you fiddle around. You talk to some of our team.
Thank you, sir.
Mic here, please. Mic. Up front, here. Second row. I can hear you.
Sir, you not being from this industry, sir, could you understand all the departments of the hotel when you opened the chain?
Yes, it was a problem. I came with a lot of cynicism to this industry. I thought the industry was very old and didn't know what it was doing. I thought I knew everything better. It wasn't true. More than half the things which I thought were wrong, the industry was actually right. What people don't realize about industry is we have liability. When somebody stays with you, they eat with you, they live with you, you're responsible for their life and wellness. And you can take a rash decision and you can get a lot of liability on yourself. So in order to meet those liability, for example, I know some of the chefs in ITC take a pipette of sample of every buffet item and put it away in a lab. Tomorrow if somebody calls and says, I had upset stomach, they have the ability to pull that sample and say, look, there's no culture here. Very few people do that. How many hotels do that? So some of these things are done for good reason. The more reputation you have, the more liability you have. And so you have to be more careful and do things which are not easy. You have to do difficult things because you have a lot to lose. When you're a young startup like Oyo, you don't care. Koi mar gaye hotel mein jaane do, kuch nahi hoga. But at ITC, if somebody dies in the room, it's a big issue. You can't have that. So it depends on where that organization is in its life. So I was very cynical, but over time I realized that there were some things which were done for very good reason. And I stand corrected on a lot of those. But I never bothered to be the hotelier on my team. I was the entrepreneur. So my job was to get the right people in a room and get them working together. My job was not to run the hotel. From day one, I have never run the hotels. I think the first hotel I ran to question some of this logic. Like I didn't like staffing ratios. 2 people per room, 3 people per room, rubbish. 1 person per room, 0.5 per room. Europe does it, why can't India do it? We can't because we need to make dal tadka, mushroom Manchurian, burgers and French fries. And then you need 4 commis, you need 4 sous, suddenly we have a kitchen team that's 5 times the size of our American kitchen team, where 2 people can run a 250 room hotel. We need 250 people to run it. That's the nature of hospitality. India mein khana important hai. Room ka koi farak nahi padta hai kisi ko. खाना दाल अच्छा होना चाहिए, चावल अच्छा होना चाहिए, ये तो ज़रूरी है. So that all these, we came with the European mentality of let's keep it lean, let's keep it clean, but India changes some of this. India is not one country. Many people think India ek desh hai. India is actually the Indian Union. We are 25 countries who somehow by grace of God are stuck to each other and are managing to live with each other. Because every 200 kilometers you meet somebody who wants to kill you on the spot. The food changes, the weather changes, the culture changes, the trees change, everything changes. Mannerism, some people stand close to you and talk, some people stand far from you and talk. I mean, the fact that all of you are here and belong to the same country might shock some of you sometimes. ये भी हमारे देश से है क्या? So we learn some of these things. We get the right people. All our senior team members came from hospitality. But I told them कि आप भूल जाओ ये सब अलग तरीके से करेंगे. लेकिन ये चीज़ जो आपको मालूम है, like for example, F&B service at the table, I don't mess with it. Let them do what they want. But how many cutlery? I want 1 spoon for watermelon, 1 spoon for papaya, 1 more straw for this, long straw, short straw. No, दो बस. उतना सब नहीं होगा हमारे से. So we are not that banqueting silver service kind of country. कौन खाता है spoon और fork से हमारे country? सब हाथ लगाते का. So we say in our menu कि आप हाथ से खाओ. We love you to eat with your hands. Today morning I had food with my hands in the ITC Fortune breakfast, and Rupesh was a little shocked to see me.
Good morning, sir. My name is Varsha Tanikala. I'm from 12th Course, Baka. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for your honesty, as you mentioned, and the anecdotes of advice that you've given us. The question I'd like to ask you is that, as you mentioned about sustainability, we're all students, we all have ideas, we all want to put something forward in the industry. How would you say we as students could inculcate this sustainability into our practical experiences?
Everything you consume, ask why 5 times. Like, why do we use this plastic? Because वो अंदर moisture लगेगा. Why moisture लगेगा? Because it has this property. So you keep asking this why. You ask little questions about the stuff that you use. Like for example, I came out of my house one day and my neighbor, who's also my cousin, had this big bag of garbage from the floor there till this high, black bag. I was like, एक घर 4 लोग रहता है यार, कितना garbage है? Our hotel garbage bag is this small. Probably comes out this big from the kitchen, but on the way, Shreyas and Subhash will grab all the banana peels and make a soda from it for the bar. They'll grab some other peel and make a chutney for some. Aadha हमारा kitchen का wet waste now goes to make further products, and so it just, once you start doing it, you start enjoying it so much. You want to tell that story of how you changed something that was junk into. Like for Christmas, my wife goes to the hotel and she has no role in the hotel. She's not a formal part of the hotel. I have to keep reminding her कि आप team में नहीं हो मैडम, आप बाहर रहो. But she wives, you can't. Legal notice तो नहीं बेच सकते हो. She comes, she goes. I can make out because I can see on CCTV what's going on. I act like I don't know. She'll take my carpenter. She'll go down to the basement. Purana lakdi रहेगा. She made one big Christmas tree out of the wooden pieces that were lying in a corner. She painted it. She put some lights on it. Suddenly I have this Christmas tree which comes out every Christmas, and I don't cut any trees for it, or I don't buy any plastic for it. All the junk of the hotel she washes and she converts it into, it started as fun, but now it's become a passion. And when you get on this platform, you start, and sometimes it's counter intuitive. You think you're being sustainable, but actually you're hurting the planet more. Like for example, it's possible that electric cars are very good for the planet, but the battery technology is terrible for the planet. I don't know, but I'm reading things about it. So you think that you know. I think the question can't be perfect. You can't ask for platinum lead like ITC. Everybody can't do it. Alvin Narona is established great and he can do it, but I can't do Alvin Narona in terms of operation. It's not possible. It's not a common man's skill. It's a great skill. There's 2 people in India who can do that. One of them is in ITC, luckily for ITC. What we need to do is, are we doing the best we can in the options that we have? The building that we have, the hotel in, was already built. So we can't not pour concrete. The concrete has already been poured. We're not demolishing it. But we are going to build 4 or 5 more sustainable resorts in Western Karnataka. We have a 3-hour plan for Mangalore as a hub, but plantation, riverfront, farms, We're not going to be in a hurry. There's no competition. We're going to do it when we are in the right time, right place. But we will be fully sustainable. We will use local material. We use rammed earth. We'll use, frame structure, steel fabrications. We'll not try to disturb. I was just mentioning Miyawaki forest to Nishant's mom over here, who's joined us today, and she immediately said, I knew she was going to say it. She immediately said, I thought she'd say foreign species, but actually she said that we don't want to make the trees do that to themselves, competing with each other to grow taller. But, growing local plants which are from there so that, you don't change the fauna, the bird nature of the place, things like that. So, once you get an interest for it, you read enough about it and you start doing it, It's not you don't have to prove it to somebody else. Just make yourself happy that you've done your best. And make your guests feel loyal to you and show that you're putting in that effort. They'll appreciate that itself. I said 3 years ago in a HICSA conference in Bombay that within 3 years, online travel agents will have green scores of hotels. I'm happy to say it's already there. I can see it already. I think Booking has a green score. One more OTA has a green score. I told my team, don't think I'm wasting your time with this sustainability. It's a matter of time that the industry comes to green scores because the customers care, the industry will have to care. Your job as industry is to do it before your customer cares. Lead the change, don't follow the change. We had bottled water before Hyatt had bottled water in India. Before Marriott had bottled water, we had bottled water. And we did it upfront and it was not difficult. They had to think because they had to call New York. New York has to decide whether it's really a big issue. Then they have to take a customer survey of 500 customers and see if they care about water change. By the time they do all that, our machine bhi lag gaya aur pani bhi aa gaya usse.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. While being from an extremely successful business family, he has grown up following the footsteps of his past generations. But Mr. Prashant Rao Arur decided to pave his own path through hospitality. There were established parts of luxury segment and family-run hotels, but he chose to excel through re-establishing existing hotels into a place of culture, luxury, and comfort. The Mango Group of hotels soon became the fastest growing chain of the country. When the country went into lockdown and he was stuck in Bombay, he chose to turn the situation into an opportunity to redefine hospitality morals, be it equality between guests and hosts, or not replicating existing prototypes and empowering local talent. Let us carry forward the wisdom and insight shared by Mr. Prashant Rao Arur today as we embark on our own endeavors. Please join me once again in extending our deepest gratitude for your presence. I would request Chef Thiru and Sir to grace us on stage to present Mr. Arur with a moment of gratitude.
Students, I think you need to give a standing ovation to Mr. Prashant. And if same talk, if IIM or ISB organize, you have to pay at least for 1,200 this lecture. So you got free. So you should be happy in that. Second thing, please sit down. I had witnessed, whatever he was sharing here. I think group of final year students, we had gone there with a couple of faculty. 2 months back to Avatar Hotel, we had an event there. We could witness that he was talking about clerk's chair, how you could convert in a very innovative idea to put those chairs in the room. I would not know that unless you shared that one, number one. Number two, the team which is sitting here, GM Imran and our alumni Subhash and Ashi and Sanchi. They are very, lively host. What he was sharing, that I think you built a nice team. And thank you for employing our, alumni. And Subhash was, curated for us to taste hyper local. So I know Subhash as a student, And I'm happy that he's with you because his thought process right from the first year, he always think well in advance. He's not like, rest of the students. I think you're in a right group with the right boss and right mentors around you. I'm sure you'll rock. Thank you. And I want to make formal announcement. We also signing formally MOU with Avatar Hotels. And I'm going to request Mr. Prashant to be a adjunct professor in our college. So you keep coming and then, that will be a great opportunity for our students.
I know a lot of you today have some really amazing business ideas. After all, we're sitting in the Innovation Conclave. And our next guest speaker, Dr. Manish Thomas, sir, will uplift your entrepreneurial skills even more. So for that, I would request Sukriti Chawla, 35th course BHM, to please introduce sir.
Dr. Manish Thomas is working as Chief Executive Officer of Manipal, Government of Karnataka Bioincubator, supported by KITS, Department of ITBT, Government of Karnataka, DBT, BIRAC, and Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. He was also a project coordinator of Savli Bioincubator, Technology Business Incubator of Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, with support of BIRAC, DBT, Government of India. He's a former researcher at Directorate of Groundnut Research, Indian Council for Agricultural Research. Now, I would request Sir to please come on stage and grace us with his enlightening words.
Yeah, thank you for a wonderful introduction. Respected Shaktidu, honorable dignitaries, my dear faculties, students, innovators, and entrepreneurs. So, as every student used to complete, that is common in all institutions, we don't have nothing. So, in next 10-15 minutes, I will explain what all opportunities you have as an innovator or as an entrepreneur in Manipal ecosystem. So I represent the Manipal Government of Karnataka Bioincubator. It is a technology business incubator. As you are into any of the industry, the technology plays a vital role. So there are different categories of incubator. One is business incubator, which is dealing with just business ideas and making money. Second one is technology business incubator, which is leading with both technology and business. The third category is bio incubator, which is a technology business incubator, which is looking a little bit forward into all sort of life science or bio-related activities. So we established Bioincubator in 2018, and we used to get many WGSHA students used to come. I think more than 300 plus WGSHA students already visited there, and familiarized, especially with the food technology and food science team generally used to come and see the laboratory and instrumentation facilities. So concept of incubator is to nurture innovation and entrepreneurship. As a student or a faculty inside Mahi, there are certain policy leverages you already have. The students is supported by students entrepreneurship policy, where all the students can create a venture. You can create either a LLP, limited liability partnership, or a public limited company as being a student of Manipal Academy, and there are a lot of incentives provided, seed money provided to support your technology idea. The second option you as a student is having a technopreneur. You can develop a technology inside Mahi. Zubair is the Chief Innovation Officer. He will explain more about that one. If you develop a technology inside one, you can spin off that technology to any of the existing industry and always gain money and glory. For example, if you develop a patent, it will be in your names and you will get the royalty or remuneration when the tech transfer is going to happen. The second part is being an entrepreneur. So being an entrepreneur is a long journey and a painful journey, and sometimes if you are lucky enough, you will get an example like Mr. Prashant. For this, we are having the incubators. One is Mudbi is there, Manipal Universal Technology Business Incubator Society, and the second one is Bio Incubator. So what we do is, a person who is having a innovative technology concept or innovative idea, which can be offered to any sort of the pain, problem or need of the customer. If you see a business offering out of that one, that I'm used to pull them into the incubator ecosystem. So entering into incubation ecosystem is like walking free hand. You do not require any sort of money. You need to identify one problem statements which you want to work with and have a heart to make a good business offering and to develop a technology or non-technology concept to offer this to your customers. These are the three things we expecting from any students. So inside our Bio Incubator, we have 43 plus deep tech startups, which is developing deep surgical device, implants, biomedical implants, food technology, services. A lot of startups are there, and they just walk in, none of them walk in with lakhs or crores of investment insurance. All are working with one idea. I'm having one idea. The incubator ecosystem, what it is exactly doing is, it is a place where you will get all set of support. Once you walk in, if it is a technology, you will get the technology mentors. Along with one, you will come to know what is the legal, regulatory, statutory compliance requirement being as a startup or a entrepreneur. The ecosystem is aligned with a lot of programs, starting from somebody do not know what is a DA number, what is the difference between a private limited company or LLP, from where investment came, what is the level of investment, what is the stages of development of an entrepreneur, idea, proof of principle, proof of concept, validation, testing, launching, scale up, getting investment. All these things we will teach the innovators or the students step by step. It also have a lot of mentors. The mentors are important part of every successful entrepreneurs. So whenever we are as a young people, we say we know everything. But in real life, when we step into the entrepreneurship path, we will literally face we do not know anything. So for that, the mentors is very important. The ecosystem of investors is very important because they are going to put money on behalf of you into your company or into your startup. This ecosystem alignment is already there, and it is working 24/7. So after the ICU or the hospital system, this Bio Incubator used to run. So many of our innovators, they used to come after their academic sessions. 6 o'clock, and they used to work till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in our own facility. So we have 2 times bigger than this facility, almost 20,000 square feet space. Whatever we have inside is a facility for registering your company. For example, as a student, you are according either in the hostels or into the local ecosystem. So you can register your company inside our premises, TBI premises. You can register your company, you can get started your business inside that, and while studying, you can make money out of that. The second facilities what we are having is laboratories. For example, if it is into food technology, or if you want to develop some sort of novel food flavors, additives, preservatives, natural preservatives, or if you want to go deep into the science of your food materials or the food processing, we have the lot of laboratory facilities. All the essential equipments which is required to analyze your food, including the, yesterday we see a lot of innovations which is going to, can be taken into the next level with the support of the incubator. So we have analytical testing facility, we have the 3D printing facilities, we have the bioprinting facilities. If you want to make any sort of innovative, we have the upstreaming and downstreaming facilities. We have the fermentation facility. If somebody want to make a novel fermentation, so we have the fermentation facility. We have a good microbiology facility. If somebody is interested in making the instruments for the food processing, we have the fab labs for that. When we have the CNC machines are there, we can make the literally everything. We have the electronic testing facility. Every facility is available. The one thing is nobody is knowing about such facility while students. While we are studying, we don't have any options. So if you want to start business, we should be very rich and affluent to support ourselves. Now the scenario has been changed. None of our startups is funded. So we received funding more than 11 crores of funding comes to our startups. Out of 43, 29 are funded by government schemes, not even private investors, without diluting any of their equity. Bioincubator received a funding from the government, almost around 17 crores in last 4.5 years. This is because if one or two startup is successful from the Manipal, this amount is going to get back to the government. So that is the principle of government. So we are 3 more grants upcoming to the Bioincubator. It is almost around additional 11 crores is coming in the next 3.5 years. So inside Manipal, we have a wonderful ecosystem. We have running a lot of programs. In Bioincubator, we used to run around 70 plus programs every year, which is teaching you the basics of business, what is the business offering, how to make a business plan, what is the technology development concept, what is a proof of concept, how you can do a identification of a problem statement, and identification of the pain, identification of the need, and identification of your business opportunity in that one. So by touching 2 more things, I used to wind up. So first one is, yesterday we conducted innovations. The language of innovation lies in 3 concepts. First one is, wherever you are working as an employee or as an innovator or as an entrepreneur, if you can identify the pain, problems, and need of your customer. The pain, problem, and need of the customer, that is the first component of innovation. Second one is, whatever the knowledge you have to come up with either a technology or non-technology innovative concept you have to develop against that problem, and coming up with a product, problem, or services. These are only 3 components in every innovation. So open your eyes. If I say, how many of you identified a problem, as all are grown up a little bit around 22, 26 years, so nobody is there. How many are problem creators? Then every hands will rise. So identify the problem, pains, and needs of the customer, and making a technology concept, technology idea, and make a product, process, of services. This is the first part of innovation. So from this, you will get a technology idea, which can be converted into a technology, a patent, copyright, or any sort of intellectual property is the outcome of this innovation. All the persons sitting in this crowd can do this part. So if I was doing as a student, you will become a student innovator, and the technology and all these things will be taken care by our innovation center. You need not to spend anything. They will file the patent, they will file for the technology, they will give, if once the technology is transferred, they will give you royalty as a student or as a faculty. The second component is a little bit advanced. Once you find a product, problem, or services out of this technology idea or non-technology idea, you have to offer that to the customer. So here is also 3 components. One is the product, problem, pain of your customer. Second component is technology idea. And the third component, and the important component, is the business offering. If technology is very superior, doesn't matter. How you are going to offer your technology to your customer that make the business. For example, many scientists have many rocket science innovation, but it never click on the market. Because there should be a personalized touch in offering your technology concept or technology idea or technology services to your customer is the outcome of your business. So these are the simple things, and we love to have everybody there. And if you have some sort of concept, it may be a simple concept, it may be a simple business concept, it may be a technology concept, it may be a food technology, novel formulation, or it may be a novel fermentation methodology. Anything you have such things, just walk into either innovation center or you can walk into the bioincubator, and we are there to support you. And we not even need to have any single penny in your hand, we have funding for you. So inside bioincubator, we can fund up to 50 lakhs, and inside Moodby, we can fund up to 1 crore to any of this technology concept to take it to the next level. That sort of fundings we are having in our own pocket, and we are looking for money. So by December, I have to spend almost additional 1.3 crores to spend into the innovators, but nobody is there. That is the scenario here inside the Manipal. So I welcome everybody and thank Shopthiru and team for organizing the Entrepreneurship Conclave and Innovations. So wish you all the best and thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Students, if there are any questions you would like to ask, sir, please do so.
I think everything is pretty clear, right? Yeah. Because innovation, they will ask personally, because it is a disclosure. So NDAs are required. Okay, welcome to bioincubator, and always we are happy to support you there. So we are just behind the MC, and some of your students already there. So we welcome all of you. And faculty is also having important opportunity. Faculty entrepreneurship policy is there. You can also be an entrepreneur as per the policy. Thank you.
So firstly, I would like to extend a huge thank you to you for explaining us so much about incubators, breaking it into types and showing us that innovation can not be very complex. Thank you for breaking it down. And thank you for telling us that innovation can have different parts, like first identifying the problem, then coming up with a technical or non-technical solution, creating a product or service, having an idea, patenting it, copywriting it, and sending it out to the customers. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I would please like you to have you on stage, as well as Chef Thiru, to present the memento. And students, this is a great opportunity that Mahe is providing you. Please take care of it. Okay, so next up, we have a speaker that is not only a mentor, educator, researcher, but most importantly, a learner. Dr. Mohammad Zubair. I would like to request Rahul Chetri, 12th course Baka, to please introduce sir.
Dr. Mohammad Zubair is a professor at the Department of Aeronautical and Automobile Engineering, Manipal Institute of Technology, Manipal, and Chief Innovation Officer at Mahe. His doctoral work was on biofluid dynamics and has graduated from University Sains, Malaysia, and has also worked at the University's Putra, Malaysia. His expertise are related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. With a huge round of applause, please welcome our next guest speaker, Dr. Mohammad Zubair.
I'm more comfortable standing with the podium in between me. The wives is always right, you know. Your wives are always right, always. I wanted to wear a blazer today. Mr. Arur put me down. she insisted that I should wear this Modi coat. I'm saved. Just keeping it simple. At the onset, I would like to thank Chef Thiru for bringing me here. You know, sometimes we understand this as like innovation drives leadership. It's always true. Whenever you are innovating, you always create ambience for innovation. But we also see sometimes that the leadership also create avenues for innovation. So if you want to see both of this amalgamation together, I think you should always visit WGSHA. Every time I personally meet Chef Thiru and come to WGSHA, you always are new, you always are fresh, you always think that what you're doing is all obsolete and old. So that credit, that particular feeling of being new, like when you wear a new dress, how do you feel it? You always look like Shah Rukh Khan, right? So that is the thing that WGSHA brings in for you. And I think I must really acknowledge and really salute all of you people here, those who have participated yesterday and those who have not, because every time I meet you people, it's something different. Why not? When the first man walked on this planet, he was an innovator. Hunger drives innovation. When he walked out of this planet Earth, the first time probably he was looking for food and he created all kind of tools and avenues to innovate for food. That's it. And then when he found the source of the large source of food, he became an entrepreneur. He used to control that source because then he used to, barter it, and then that's how the innovation to business should always, the twin that should go together. You do innovate and doesn't lead to innovation, and it doesn't lead to entrepreneurship. That is not a culmination of innovation. It has to have certain value proposition, and that's what should drive why you need to innovate. It's simply not because you can have lot of patents, you can fill up your resume. If it doesn't culminate in entrepreneurship, there's no value for that. And that's where I think as Indians, we are a little conservative. We are culturally very sober with respect to, acknowledging that we have done something great. We're not great marketers. Probably that's where we really need to differentiate. Why I'm saying is because when I was in Malaysia, my friends forced me to go to Malacca. We said, you are in Malaysia, you did not see Malacca. That is impossible, The world comes to Malacca. So I was forced to go there because I was interested in going somewhere else, to Hong Kong. But they said, no, you should see Malacca. So we went to Malacca, and everybody was so stargazed, looking at Malacca and everything. But I was totally disappointed. They took me to different places. And surprisingly, 60% of the visitors to Malacca are from Indians. 60%. And remaining from Europe and Chinese and Japanese, and everybody come there. I didn't find anything great about it. Really surprising, I went to see one monument where the Portuguese chieftain, or the leader, was hanged in that spot because British came down there. So they overtook the Portuguese, and then that was a monument that was created for him. And then some tombs were created there, and some very depleted forts were there, which you can't see as a fort anymore. I was like, really surprised to see that our lighthouse in Kapu is much better than that. Seriously. The fact of the matter is that what drove me crazy was that they've created an entire ecosystem around that. They've marketed it, they populated it, they created, the cultural avenues from food, standard food. Today, laksa and, your nasi lemak are certain great things which is marketed everywhere. You can get it in food court in Manipal. People go throng there to see, okay, what is laksa, what is sun? Probably for first time you will never like it. But we tend to believe that it's something unique, right? Why? Because of the kind of ecosystem they built around it, the kind of entrepreneurship they built around it. Nothing new, but that is what we are lacking. Today, hospitality, today tourism is the #1 GDP producer for Malaysia, but we have hundreds and thousands, millions of such monuments, such food, such culture, which is not even contributing 0.1% to our GDP. That is surprising for me. That pains me. That hurts me. I think there is something lacking in how we see things. So that's why I say we need more such Mr. Arors who can convert our local cuisines into internationally marketable products and provisions. Today, we are the largest tourists, but now the Prime Minister said that we need to bring at least 5 friends from outside country to come back to India, but we also need to market it in a way that looks appealing for them. So today, you have a chance to really turn the tables. I want to see an India where our tourism, our hotel industries, our food, our culture contributes at least 3% of our GDP. It is easily possible. You go to Hampi, you go to Khajuraho, you go to the beautiful places that we have here. No, see the local ambience, understand the market. When anybody comes to Udupi Krishna temple, I don't think anybody has missed out eating from Mitra Samaj. The uniqueness of that, the masala dosas, the goli bhajis, everything, these are the market demands. Why haven't we capitalized on that? Why haven't we thought about that there is a market, actually a market? Why haven't we packaged in a way that, when you come to Udupi, it is temple, it is food, it is the other temples around. Why aren't we thinking in these directions? Probably we need to really look into this. It is not about ITCs and Hayats that you need to work upon. It is this entrepreneurship that can really drive India towards a new beginning. And we are really going to achieve that not by being technological savvy, AI, blah, blah, everything is not going to make us superpower. Our going to Chandrayaan is a great achievement. It's not going to make us superpower. Our roots are going to make us superpower, and that is what the tomorrow's future is. I just want to give you one example. There is one company called Jawara in Indonesia. There's one lady who saw that there were these indigenous people who had so much of culture, so much of artisan, so much of unique foods, which are so healthy, so organic. People are dying because of eating food. After 40, I think I'm also, having a lot of issues because now we have access to food. There was a time when food was not accessible, right? People in Somalia used to eat cactus, it seems. I am really surprised. They didn't have food, maybe for some other reasons. But in India, in most of the countries, probably as you have more food, we have become more ill health, right? More sickness is coming to us. So now you're talking about people who are going to create this food. So I'm telling you why food has become an enemy to us. Right? So there was some element of naturality missing here. Like when Aru said, I just remembered that particular Indonesian woman, Hilman, I don't know, I don't remember, but Jawara is that organization you should look into. She saw the potential of that. Today, Indonesia exports so many artifacts from this tribal population all over the world. She connected with all these local artisans and now created an ecosystem for them. Earlier, they were to die hungry because nobody used to buy them because everybody wanted to wear these suits and boots, right? Today, they're looking for, Indonesia doesn't buy from them, but the world buys from them. So today, we also have that kind of avenues and abilities. Cultural enterprises, social enterprises are things that you'll also need to look into. I urge you to think about in this direction and be the leaderboards for tomorrow's future of India. And hopefully, you people drive that 3% GDP in terms of tourism, hospitality, etc. Thank you so much.
I request, sir, to please come back on stage to receive the memento. Welcome back. Today, we have a very special guest among us, a part of our very own WGSHA family. He's the epitome of passion, dedication, and consistency, and what hard work could take you great heights. He has received ample of awards, but for him, the biggest reward is giving back to the society. Sir, no matter what we say in your praise today, won't be enough. So here, I call upon Jade Maria de Cruz, 11th course Baka, to introduce Mr. Pankaj Mehrotra.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to introduce the esteemed guest of honor and a distinguished alumnus of the 4th course BHM, Mr. Pankaj Mehrotra. Mr. Pankaj Mehrotra is a senior living consultant at Delhi with 29 years of experience in project management, strategic planning, sales and marketing, business development, and service delivery across the NGO, telecom, and hospitality sectors. Sir also has 18 years of experience in the elderly care or aged care sector. Mr. Mehrotra is currently involved in providing consultancy on the elderly care sector, as well as advising on developing retirement communities, assisted living, or old age homes in India, which are at par with international standards. He is also an adversary on home care and domiciliary care business models. Sir has also initiated and facilitated the designing of district-level senior citizen care homes. In recognition of the International Day for Older Persons, Sir suggested a national policy framework for older persons in India. The policy, which is broadly divided under 14 categories, defines the boundaries, scope of services, policies, and legislative acts for the welfare of the senior citizens. A warm welcome to you, sir. And without further ado, his story in his own words, Mr. Pankaj Mehrotra.
Slides. It's not presenting. Yes, a pointer is also the same. Would you like the microphone?
Yeah, that's fine. Good morning, everyone. How's the Josh? Hi, sir. Good. Okay. This is not a prepared speech or anything. I'm not so conversant with giving lectures or giving some gyan. But it's genuinely, I'm saying, coming here after 31 years. I passed out 31 years back in 92. It's an honor. It's not a guest of honor as such, but it's an honor for me to be invited by Chef Thiru and ma'am and the entire WGSHA team. The changes which we have seen over the past years, it was an eye-opener for me. And believe me, I can say you guys are in the right place at the right time, because no other college in hospitality will be able to match these kind of standards, and more important, the kind of commitment from the faculty members. So genuinely, I'm saying it's not a sales pitch. Yesterday also I said, it's the value of WGSHA you will probably realize after 5 years, 10 years. It is not only the education which it provides, it's the holistic experience which you will probably realize in any kind of different field you go. I'm sure a lot of them may not pursue hotel management or restaurant management, but would go into different fields like aviation or even the army as such. But what it gives you, the entire picture of how to be a great manager or how to be a great learner, most important than that, is something which comes from WGSHA only. No other college does that. Okay. So today, I will talk about something called senior living and assisted technology. First thing is, how many people have heard of senior living? Let's be honest about it. Okay. So that age group I can make out. It's but natural. Believe me, very soon you will all be searching for senior living facilities in the next couple of years. Okay. How about assistive technology? You guys are not the new generation assistive technologies. Okay. So probably this is something new which will be a little different from your typical hotel management curriculum. Senior living is basically an umbrella term which is used for any kind of a residential services and facilities for senior citizens. India, as per the government norms, anyone above 60 is categorized as a senior citizen. That is for paperwork as such. But today what is happening is people are definitely working till they're 70, 72, 73 very easily. So senior citizen term has got expanded on to, it's gone on to 60, 65, 70 onwards as such. So senior living is a very well-established industry in the developed nations, the America, Australia, UK, Canada, is a very flourishing industry, and these companies are all listed on the stock exchanges, and they are doing pretty well. India, the industry is still catching up, and why I wanted to speak, I was asking Thiru whether should I speak on this topic or not. But what is happening is the companies who are coming into the country are actually picking up people from the hotel or hospitality background, and that is where all of you come into the picture. if WGSHA can be the pioneer in this part of the world in contributing to the senior living industry, it's going to be a milestone, and that is definitely going to be a feather in the cap, because no other college in the country talks about senior living as such. It's besides being a new, it's not exactly a new sector. It's just for India, it's a new sector. So briefly, I'll just take you to the slides, and we'll take you. We'll just talk about the aging process, the formats, and the emerging assistive technologies. Okay. Anyone above the age is called older person or elderly. Internationally, again, people have a lot of issues. When you get too educated, you start questioning why call them elderly or why call them aged. In India, we are still stuck with the word called old age homes or the Vridha Ashram. Even the government talks about old age homes and Vridha Ashram, which I've been trying to tell the different ministries and the government. Let's get rid of the taboo word called old age homes. It is now either assisted living, or it is called retirement homes or senior living, which you can use. Then you have 70 to 85 years old, which is called old, and then you have the oldest of old, which is 85. That is where my old man falls into the bracket. He is also 85 now. Okay. Yes. And this is a chart which I had made almost 10, 15 years back, and a lot of international colleges are actually using this kind of chart. What happens is, in a senior living format, you have three broad categories which is there. One is the independent living, assisted living, and the continuous nursing care. Internationally, assisted living is a word which is typically used for personal care, help in grooming, help in bathing, help in eating, and it is not that assisted living. Indians are born assisted living people. We have someone to come and clean the car, to do the jhadu pocha, to do the utensils and everything. So we are born assisted living, but internationally you don't have those kind of luxury. You may be the biggest, the richest person over there, but eventually you are all independent living. You do everything, the electricals and the plumbing, everything is to be done by yourself until you can afford it. So independent living is something which is primarily just a housing project. But assisted living is something which falls into the bracket of support. And that is where most of us, in fact, by the time you all get into your late 50s and 60s and start planning to settle down in one particular place, I'm sure in the next 20 years, we will not be buying a regular housing, you will be buying a senior living facility. And that is the power of it, because we all want domestics. We are so dependent upon domestic stuff that we can't live without it. That's the Indian culture and probably this part of the world. So we will require help with nursing care, we will require help with medication, we will require help with F&B, we will require help with housekeeping. And that is where the professionalism of hospitality industry will come in. And I'm not talking of being a regular caregiver, which is just going to take care of your bedding and all that. But I'm talking of being the management cadre, which is going to become a very big, huge thing. So as you go across the age, one is the age parameter and one is this thing. So once you keep going up, if you will see that one requires different support over the years. And eventually when you come, there's something called the memory care, which you see in the last third part. It's a very big concern. It is called dementia care, Alzheimer's care. And there's a high percentage of people in India who are getting into that phase. That phase is basically when you start losing your memory. You're not able to recognize your own child. You're not able to recognize your own friends. And this is a reality of life. Okay, so tomorrow, the objective of sharing this presentation was, tomorrow you will get a lot of guests who will come at a later stage in life and will probably maybe having different kind of requirements. And you should not just shrug them off and say, oh, this guy has gone mad, or this guy is talking on top of his head. He actually may be in his early stage of dementia. And God permitting, that is one of the worst things you can have. Just imagine you're living like a vegetable, you can eat, you can sleep, but you don't even recognize your own self. So that is something which is there, and a lot of people are getting into it. So hospitality, I would say, besides the normal technical services, housekeeping services, F&B services, you need to be open to these kind of knowledge base, which is going to be a part of the entire thing. Okay. What are the main senior living issues in the country? And this, I would, in fact, not say senior living. It was actually applicable to all kind of residential facilities. We have very few senior living options right now, which is growing slowly. But then again, they are very concentrated in the south area, southern region. The Chennai, Bangalore, Coimbatore are the hotspots, and north it is not really caught up. Then what is happening is, because of the high nuclearization of families, there is a very low support system today, due to which people have to look for external support. Okay. Then increasing crime rate, we all know there is no rocket science in that. Medical infrastructure and support for the elderly, geriatric care is hardly anywhere. There is a specialized field called geriatrics, which talks about the medicine and the healthcare needs of the elderly. But then we have very few qualified doctors who are into this. There's something called as home care support services, free home care support services. Home care is basically when you don't go to a residential facility and you expect someone to come and do the same services at your house. This is a very big business. A lot of corporate companies have got into it. Max is into it, Antra, Max, and a lot of big companies are HCAC, and all these people are there. So, but it's a very manpower-driven kind of facility, but the numbers are huge. Okay. Then, age-friendly standards. I would actually request all of you, when you go back, just search for accessibility standards, age-friendly standards, because these are very applicable in the hotel industry also, or the hospitality industry. As per the government norms, under the right for people with disabilities, you need to have certain standards under the National Building Code, which needs to be adhered to. Anyone actually can come and sue you, provided if you're not given those facilities. So you need to go, next time when you go to the airport or you go to the railway stations, do go and check out the disabled-friendly washrooms and the facilities. It will be an eye-opener. Okay. Then recreational facilities, obviously, it's not, normal courts is not there, but for elderly it's hardly there. And a few assisted living facilities, which is not actually not too much available in the country. Then I'll just briefly talk about the residential categories. I've already mentioned you about the independent living, assisted living, nursing care, and continuous care. So continuous care is a combination of all these three facilities. Internationally, what happens is independent care is basically like a housing project. Assisted living is with personal care. Nursing is when you require more of a medical supervision. Not the health part, the medical supervision. And continuous care is that within the same facility or within the same complex, you have all these different level of care services. Okay. Am I making sense, by the way? Hello? Huh? If it is going above or below, let me know. Okay. This is something which I had made the independent living, assisted living. There are different formats, and I'm sure over the years, a lot of you will get into your entrepreneurship, and that is where this particular topic comes into picture. Is most of the people who are getting into this are from the hospitality background, because they understand the hotel business, they understand the hospitality business, and catching up with the hospital business is not too difficult, as it's a very clinical business. So you just need to hire the right manpower. So different formats are there. There's no particular format as such, unlike international formats. You can have hostels, you can have assisted living, you can have respite care, you can have various kind of facilities. Okay. These are some of the features which typically a retirement community facility has. You will have the guide rails and the grab bars across the corridors. And there are a lot of specifications which is used for the elderly as well as for the disabled. And I'm just talking of the basic features of it. The wheelchair accessibility is very important because sometime or the other, we all will require a wheelchair. Whether it's a temporary requirement or it's a full-time requirement, what happens is most of the doors in the country, you can't fit a wheelchair. So the houses have to be made in such a manner. And I would not recommend any of you to make huge 1 or 2 story bungalows without a lift, because eventually you will just keep staying on the ground floor. You'll never go and visit the first floor. So if you're making a house, please install a lift and ensure the doors are at least 900 mm wide so the wheelchair can go in. Okay. Then you have something called the emergency alarm system. This is very interesting. These are basically like a nursing alarm systems where you where a person when goes to the washroom or in case he has a fall, he or she can pull in the alarm cord and call the central emergency control station. Now you have the now there are features which are like Bluetooth and internet operated, but traditionally it has been a wired kind of a thing which is more sturdier and more reliable in my opinion. Then when we go next time when you go back home, you try to see sitting on a chair and try to do cooking. It's a different ball game. Okay, I'm sure all your parents, someday or the other, we all are going to get old and they will like to have a little rest. The moment you sit on a chair and try to do cooking, you will find these the heights of the sill and the cooking knobs are not good enough. So what happens is, this is actually more of an international phenomena. India, it's very difficult to incorporate. But you have these flexible and the height adjustable kitchen sinks and the bathroom sinks. Okay. Then there is something called a roll-in shower. I have not mentioned roll-in shower, but the picture is very much there. It's a wheelchair shower where you can actually roll in. Most of the hotels, I'm sure now they have these accessible rooms, a couple of them. But roll-in shower is actually very, very practical because you can just sit on a chair, roll in, and take a shower. It's a matter of dignity. You don't want someone coming and looking up to you and saying, okay, I'll give you a bath. Okay. Then some of these basic facilities like reception and medical assistance, doctor on site, visiting doctor actually. Having a doctor full time is not practical because it's too expensive to maintain. And what happens is the ideal size is anything between 150 to 200, 225 apartments or studio units, whatever you want to call. So you can't have a full-time this thing. But yes, a nurse is very important in case of emergencies. You have a centralized kitchen because after a certain age, what happens is the ladies or the men who have been into the kitchen and trying to do it, they just say, the boss, I've been cooking for the past 70 years, I don't want to do it anymore. So we will like to have a facility as a backup facility. Whenever we want to have a common dining, we can go and have it. Okay. Housekeeping, maintenance is there. So that's why you'll see a lot of features from the hospitality and the hotel industry which comes into play over here. Community vehicle where a driver, after a certain point you can't drive, it's not advisable to drive also. So, but at the same time you need to socialize, you need to go to the club, you need to go to the market. So you need to have a community vehicle which is there. Anti-fall carpet, actually it's not a right word to use anti-fall carpet. It's a low carpet. Falls is a very, very big issue internationally and as well as in the country. I have known personally cases where people have fallen down because of the carpet or the slippery flooring, and they have been lying in the bathroom or on the bed for hours. My father, now he's 85 plus, he keeps falling down. And last time I remember he had fallen down for 2 hours and he was just actually lying on the floor. And I was just on the Duplay house on top. He couldn't even call. Every time he was calling, I was just asking, hello, hello, and this is at 1:32 in the morning. You don't anticipate these kind of things, but these are realities of life. It can happen to anyone. It's not the age only. It can happen to anyone. So one needs to be very well prepared for these kind of things. Okay. Okay, coming to the assistive technology, smart homes and the remote listing. This is relatively a new thing. I have been trying to promote assistive technology in my own capacity. Assistive technology, adaptive technology, accessible technology. they are all interchangeable words depending upon how you want to use it. But it's a borderline kind of a difference which is there. So assistive technology can be a wheelchair, it can be a software, it can be a hardware, anything which actually supports your functions in terms of movement, in terms of hearing, in terms of speech. You name it, everything comes under the assistive technology. Adaptive technology is something which is actually a subset of assistive technology. It is more customized to individual requirements, individual needs. So I'm sure Google is there. You all can, if you're interested, you can do that. I don't know how many of you today, but it's very easy for you to look at the cell phone and say this is fine. But over the years, you will find that fonts are too small for you from the same eyes. Either you will require specs, or you will require magnifying glasses, or eventually you will require a bigger button phones. So a lot of elderly, what happens is they who are not able to really see into the mobile phone, they have that old-fashioned mobile phones with keypads, which are larger in size, where they can actually use the services. Then pill organization, the medicine dispensers. Today the technology has gone to this level that through the internet, the pill box will open automatically and tell you this medicine you have not taken. And it will send you a message to your caregiver or your family that these medicines have been missed or they have not been taken. So technology, AI and everything is being put in. I didn't want to make it too technical. Firstly, I am not a technical person. But once you understand the subject, it is not that difficult to really talk about it. So this is definitely, I would say, when you come to the Innovation Day yesterday and when you come to the Entrepreneurship Day, you can actually, all of you really can start thinking out of the box and say, how do I use my hospitality experience to something which can help the larger cause? Money making is something, you all will make money. But money with a larger cause, that is like icing on the cake, to be very frank. It gives you a different level of satisfaction. Who can benefit from the assistive technology? People with disabilities. I don't like this word disabilities, but there are certain terms which we have to use. Older people, then people who are unable to communicate. What happens is a lot of people who have a stroke or attack, for that rehabilitation phase, they are unable to talk. They are unable to express themselves. So for that particular period of time, you need some kind of technology which can enhance their communication levels. So that is there. Then people with mental health problems, including dementia and autism. Dementia, I already told you, it's a memory loss. Autism is a different ballgame. Mental health is a very big challenge, and I'm sure there's no shying away from the fact that a lot of us would have faced mental stress or mental imbalances once in a while, which is but natural, and it is increasing. So it's very important to be in sync with the reality, accept what it is, and take care of it. So mental health in terms of the elderly is also increasing. Then people with gradual functional decline, which can happen in any format. Okay. Then this is an interesting slide, and I was telling Chef Tharu, this is being used by a lot of international colleges also. In my opinion, there are 4 categories. One is the red one, that is emergency care and monitoring. Then is the telemedicine, then is the home care and the smart home devices. I'll just talk briefly about the fall detection and the smart home devices. There's something called the movement monitoring. When you have dementia, what happens, like my uncle and my grandfather, they had dementia. They used to slip out of the house. Everyone is sleeping, they'll slip out. And suddenly you are crazy looking for them. They have no idea where they are. Just imagine losing your memory and you have lost and you can't even communicate where you live. How do you find those people? Even if it's a very scary situation. So you have monitoring devices with GPS and other technologies which can keep a track of them, and it's very difficult to put a ban on these people because they'll tend to remove it. So movement, this thing is there within the house also. Suppose you have a fall in the bathroom, how do you detect whether the person has fallen in the bathroom or in the kitchen? So a lot of technology is there, real-time technology is there, watches are there, wearable things are there, fixed kind of things is there. Then you have the emergency, which I've already told you. And coming to the smart home devices, these are centralized thing, gas sensors. A lot of senior citizens, or in fact, all of us, occasionally tend to switch off the gas as such. So you have gas sensors which keep a track in case the gas is leaking, and it alerts the emergency control station. Then you have the fire sensors, which all hotels and everything is. There's nothing special in that. Then you have an intruder alarm system, which is again a part of safety and security. And then you have the remote control devices. Today, on your phone, you can actually do anything and everything. You can, if you are smart enough, probably you can look into your neighbor's house also. But this entire game of, you can monitor your blood pressure, your heart rate, everything online. You don't really need to go to the doctor to control it. And everything is online. All your medical records is online. Your family can access it. Every time you're taking a medicine, it gets updated. The technology is going to such an extent that it is unbelievable. And that is where WGSHA comes into the picture, because I was also not from the same field. What WGSHA gave me was the confidence that yes, we can put in our learnings from the college, and the confidence that it is definitely, I'm not into launching a NASA website, a NASA satellite or a ISRO satellite, but this is something which is very natural, and it's going to happen to all of us. And once you put your mind, I'm sure everything is it's not very difficult. Then temperature, weighing scale, everything is there. In the bathroom, you will have the weighing scale, which are Bluetooth connected or the internet connected, and everything is online. Then dementia screening, memory care apps, care buddies. What is happening today is a lot of people are feeling lonely. Loneliness is increasing quite a bit because they don't have their family structure, and they don't have the kind of friends. So there are people who actually charge you a bomb to come and spend time with you. I have never understood the logic, but in fact, Mr. Ratan Tata invested in a company in Bombay, and started by young people like you only. So there is a lot of entrepreneurship which you can look at. Hotel experience is very important. Probably that gives you the foundation of looking at different aspects of it. But I'm sure 25, 30 years down the line, you will be thinking out of the box and saying, okay, this is something which is there. Okay. Then coming to the last slide, remote health monitoring, which I've mostly covered up, that fall detection. Just tell me the time. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Fall detection, weighing scale, pill reminder, blood pressure, sleep monitoring. Lifestyle diseases has taken a toll on a lot of people. Okay. Even the youngsters are getting into the diabetes and blood pressure and everything. So monitoring, people are becoming health conscious, at the same time they are not conscious also. It's a dual-edged sword. So the best way to do is keep a track of your movements. You best keep track of your medicines. Best way to keep is track of your overall health parameters. And internet and AI is something you can't run away from today. There is no way. Otherwise, you'll go back to the Stone Ages. So you have to embrace the technology and say, okay, this is what we are, and accept it. Today's people, today's senior citizens who are in their 70s, 80s, they don't know probably how to operate a mobile phone properly. They're maximum onto WhatsApp and Facebook. But beyond that, they don't know how to really download an app and stuff like that. But our generation, they are very tech savvy. All of you are born with mobile phones, I'm sure. So softwares will keep increasing and technology will keep increasing. So best thing is to understand what are the drawbacks and where you can capitalize in terms of as a business venture as well as serving the larger population. Okay. Coming to this is my favorite slide actually. All I would like to say is that my learning I'm coming here after 31 years, and it was like a homecoming, and it was a very very nostalgic and a very emotional feeling. Yesterday I was like a kid. I was laughing all the way and saying hello to everyone. It was like a big family. It was not like coming and giving a presentation to a bunch of students. It was like, it was my college, and why should I be concerned in terms of what I speak or anything? This is my family. Eventually, over the period of time, you realize you all will make money, definitely, but health and family, that is my learning in life, are the two most important parameters in life. And third is being happy. आपके पास पैसा बहुत है, happiness नहीं है, it's very difficult. It's easy to say, it's very difficult. It's taken me 31 years, I'm still trying to be happy. But in whatever capacity I can, I'm trying to be happy. And happiness doesn't come alone. It has to come with family and friends. Okay, if you are happy, you will see the world as happy. Otherwise, you will find everyone is unhappy and everyone is negative. So positivity is there, which WGSHA teaches you to inculcate those kind of certain values. With Chef Theru, to be very frank, I have never seen a more hands-on and a more passionate principal and the entire staff, whether it's Rashekar sir or Hamara Bhattacharya sir. They give you that belongingness. And that is where the faculty, like ma'am is there, okay. We go 30, 35 years, 34 years back. And Mrs. Vidya Pratap and Mrs. Shilata and all that. It was not, the moment you met, it was like 30 years, kaun janta hai, as if we met yesterday. So that is the kind of a belonging which should come amongst all of you. You may be a batch of 200 people or 300 people or 1,000 people. But tomorrow when you go and after 10 years you all meet, you should be on the same wavelength. And you should be happy for each other. Because the moment you work for a larger cause or you feel happy for the other person, you will be the first person to be successful in terms of you will benefit from that. So with that, I will close the thing. What's the time?
So it's 12:05.
No, not 12:05. Huh? Okay. Thank you very much. And I don't know if I made sense or not, but it's again I'm saying you guys are in the right place, and what WGSHA, you'll realize the value of WGSHA after passing out. You don't realize it when you're there. And the project management and the business law. I never realized business law, which I failed a couple of times, to be very frank, will help me with dealing with lawyers. I never realized that civil engineering will help me talk the same language as the architects. So these are smaller aspects which we take it as why this subject. Plumbing, T junction and L junction and all that. When you actually sit down over a period of your life course, you realize it's really worth it. So no other college, no BCom and other BHM gives you this kind of a thing. And more than that is the faculty. The ma'am is there. She's been there from I would say ages. That it's a happy feeling to be back here. All I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Now, if anybody has any questions, we will be taking them.
Check. Yeah. Hello, sir. My name is Sumanyu. I'm from 12th Coast Baka. Yes. And I wanted to ask, why elder care out of everything, sir? Out of graduating from hotel management, it is usually people go to work in a hotel, but sir, you told the complete different route. You go work in elder care and you come to the university to talk about it. So I want to know from your opinion, why elder care, sir?
Okay, this is very, very, very interesting. And when I was trying to get into this sector, my boss said, "Are you mad? You don't have money, you don't have land, nothing. How come? And you don't have any experience. How do you want to get into it?" Life may, all of us get a higher calling sometime or the other. Okay. Most of us overlook it and say either it is not practical or because of financial pressures or the family pressures, we don't pursue it. The moment you get the higher calling, jump at it and take it to the logical end. This happened to me when I was in my corporate sector. Just one fine day, I just put in my papers. I said, "Boss, I'm getting into senior citizen and I'll become a consultant." It has to come from inside. It's like the hotel thing. Either you have it in you or you don't have it in you. You can't do a majburi wala job. So that calling, whichever was there, I'm sorry for Chef for saying this, but after doing your hotel management, you want to go into a tiger reserve and become an observer. And if you really feel into that, please pursue it. You will become very, very happy and successful. Success for me, to be very frank, I really do not consider money. Money is important. Okay, you need to make that Excel sheet and do the closures. But eventually, if you are passionate and you really believe in that, for yourself as well as for the larger cause, you will excel, boss.
Thank you, sir, for your insight. Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
God bless all of you.
I would now like to invite Dr. Shefke Thiru to present our token of appreciation. Sir, if you could just please stay on stage. Thank you, sir.
Okay, please give him a big round of applause. I think we've been talking to Pankaj almost 1.5 years. We are already devised curriculum on senior citizen living management. The 2024 will be launching the new program, which will have a specialization on students who can do on senior citizen living management and subject like real estate finance. All those will be, included. So already he worked for, devising curriculum, which is on discussion, and then 2024 will be incorporated. And you'll also get opportunity to do that in case you are interested to acquire additional credits. Okay, thank you, Pankaj.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your story with us and enlightening us about the term senior living and what it covers, such as the residential category, senior living formats, etc., as well as telling us how we can, through our own hospitality sector, give back to the society, especially our senior citizens who need our attention and care. Also, sir, thank you for shedding light on the amenities, features, and technologies that exist. And thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and making us realize that we have the right resources to be the change we want to see.
Next up, we have a speaker who will make you visualize about food, tickle your taste buds, and take you through her journey of reaching economic times 40 under 40. Chef Niyati Vaid, introduced by Rahul Chhetri, 12th course Baka.
Chef Niyati Vaid is a founder of the Cherry Tree Cafe, Lucknow, and Timpano, the pasta shop currently operating in Gurgaon. Her culinary journey started at WGSHA, Manipal, an alumni of the 18th course. She learned the foundation of being a chef at WGSHA itself. She was fortunate to have trained under renowned chefs at the Taj Group of Hotels. She started with a team of 5 in 2010, and now the Cherry Tree Cafe and Timpano are a family of 150 members. Chef Niyati was recently awarded Economic Times 40 under 40 F&B Leaders Award for her outstanding achievements in hospitality. With a round of applause, let's welcome Chef Niyati Vaid. We have to do it from there, ma'am. Show. Slideshow is on. You have to just switch it on from there. Done.
So it goes like this, the next, right?
You can use the remote.
No, this is fine. So, good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be back to WGSHA. Good to see so many changes. The family is growing day and day. And today I would just like to share a brief about my 13 years of journey as an entrepreneur. And just as it's more about what we've been, what we've learned over the years, which we did not expect. That's what I wanted to share with you. So my journey started as a batch of 18th course in WGSHA, and we were a very culinary, enthu batch. A lot of chefs coming out from our course, and it was the love for food, it was the love for chocolate, I would say, that somehow really drove me to the bakery all the time. And that was a start that happened here. Later on, from here, I got into the management trainee program of Taj, and in 2007, and worked with Taj for 3 years. And I think that was WGSHA and Taj together shaped us as it shaped me as a person. So, as you know, Taj Group of Hotels has some very strong work ethics. As a Tata, we have a Tata code of conduct. So, those kind of ethics that we took from the industry as a starting person, that is what you will see further down the line has come into my portfolio. Launching of the Cherry Tree, it was not really a plan that we thought, okay, I'll do 2 years or 3 years of work at Taj and launch a cafe. So we were settling down. I was getting married in Lucknow. I said, the hotel chains don't really have the kind of bakery I want to work with. So let's try something. And I was very young. I was just 24. So that was the time I said, okay, let's try. There's a dearth of good bakeries here. Nobody's doing good scratch recipes. Nobody's really we were having amazing cheesecakes and brownies in Taj. Whereas in the local market, you're still stuck with Black Forest and pineapple. So the 4 flavors we used to see in Lucknow were Black Forest, pineapple, a chocolate, and maybe a chocolate cream cake. So those were the typical bakery products we saw there. And in 2020, we launched Timpano. So Timpano was actually our COVID baby, we say. I don't know if many of you realized, but COVID really changed the way we think about food, about our health, and we really had a lot of time on our hand. So when we are running Cherry Tree, even today, it's a hustle. So from morning till night, we are, it's firefighting. Okay, something has come up, there's a catering there. When we were sitting down in COVID, we said, why don't we have a good pasta brand for the country? So the ideation started with something like, we want to create a Domino's for pasta, but not at the expense of health. So that was the concept behind the chain. First thing I would want to start off with is the journey of an employee to an employer. See, when you're an employee, okay, I know it feels very mundane, same thing, peeling 100 kg, 200 kg onions, 10 hours a day. What are we doing with our life? Nothing is going planned. But the companies, the huge companies that you're working for, they've given you a standard procedure. They've given you a standard system. And that system it's really appreciable because it has come over after ages and ages of experience. That system tells you what to do. Like our Taj management program, it was so beautifully planned program. I was working in Taj Palace. I was doing my banqueting in the biggest banqueting hotel in Delhi. Taj Mansingh, I went for the bakery because the bakery department is, really very unique there. Some very good chefs working. Then I went to Taj Land's End. Again, the bakery department, one of the best in the country. Then I went to Taj Coromandel. So they have planned it out for you so that you are getting the kind of exposure and experience and you know the ground rules of the industry. When you change from an employee to an employer, there are no preset ground rules or a rule book you will be given. So even today, when we were strategizing a few do's and don'ts for the Cherry Tree, I still have my TCOC book, Tata Code of Conduct, that I follow, because those rules have really been created by some experienced people and they make 101% sense even till date. The freedom to choose you get as an entrepreneur is also a liability because you are making the choice. Here in a job, you can always blame the manager. So you told me to come at night in the morning. What can I do if 6 a.m. This went off or some problem happened? But as an owner, as an employer, you have the onus. Even if your employees are making a mistake, end of the day, it is your baby, it is your ownership, and it comes on to you. Okay? And the third thing, I think it's self-discipline. It's very hunky-dory in college. It's really, we are working hard, and when we are working as an employee or as an associated with any company. But when you're your own boss, you have to be really tough on yourself. So there are days when my daughters are having exams, and I also have a early morning meeting with the staff. So I have to take that call in between, where will I be heading and how do I manage both? So even if I have to get up 4 in the morning, I have to plan the entire day. Because I am my own boss, I don't have anyone to hold the hand with and say, okay, you plan it out like that, right? So that is a basic change that you will feel from an employee to employer. And there's not much of a rule book once you start off. About the 2 brands that we are currently running. So Cherry Tree, very short brief, I'll tell you. It's started in 2010 in Lucknow. Currently, we have 4 stores. And we have a huge menu of 400 plus items. It's a very labor-intensive, skill-intensive model. Everything is made from scratch. We don't use premixes. All the recipes, the way old bakeries, old school concept. And we are doing cafe. We are doing bakes. We are doing cakes. We are doing catering. So that is the major portfolio that the Cherry Tree is handling. Timpano, on the other hand, is a very different concept. It's a much lighter, much smaller model with a single product. So from 400 products, we decided no, we want to do one product and try to make a company which can be expanded across the country. So we launched this post-COVID in 2020. We only have a menu mix of 20 items, and when we say a menu mix, that means we have pastas, we have garlic breads, 2 desserts and 2 beverages. That is the end of our menu. So we do not complicate it, we do not increase the skill set, we do not increase our costings, we reduce the costings because we have limited fresh portions of pasta and pasta sauces. The whole purpose as an entrepreneur, okay? So when you start any business, so first thing generally, comes in your mind is, okay, so this product lands me at 30 rupees, let's try to sell it for 100, which I can easily. And that 70 is my margin, right? That's how you think about a business. Okay, this is a good product, let's launch this, let's try to make money out of it, let's try to make a career out of it. Later, once, when we also grew in business and there were a lot of setbacks, there were a lot of questions, there are a lot of decision making. The thing that now, after ages, we understood was that what is the core of your business? Why are you doing what you're doing? Is there a reason for it? Or are you just doing something because you saw somebody on Instagram doing it? Right? You saw a celebrity chef, you want to be a celebrity chef. You saw somebody doing molecular gastronomy, you're impressed, you want to copy the same thing. That doesn't work. Your DNA is different than the DNA of the person sitting next to you. So the competition that you try to copy, or the competition that you will try to think that, okay, let's do the same thing and try it out, that will not work with your DNA. So what we, as a company, believe in, preservative free. We believe in fresh food. we believe in very strong ethics as a company. So I come from Lucknow and UP, and UP is especially known more of notorious stuff rather than, having systems and rules and procedures. So when we started, it was a culture shock for me also because I was working with Mumbai and Chennai, and coming from Bombay, that systematic city, and going to Lucknow, which is so erratic. So it was a challenge. It was a challenge for me to understand the city's dynamics. But we created basic ground rules. Now that now after so many years, people understand that, okay, this is how it has to function. And when I say the DNA of the company, it is more than just the SOPs that you will create. Just keeping your flour always has to be at the left of the table, your water has to be at the right. This is just an SOP. The DNA, for example, I would say, for TCT, it stands as trust, care, and truth. Okay? So we trust our employees, we trust our guests. Okay? We care for our employees, we care for our guests. And we always talk the truth to our guests and employees. They are the two most important, right? We do not lie about ingredients. We trust them, we care for them. So, and these things come into play when we create the SOPs. So, for example, for Cherry Tree, this is a basic, you can say it is a USP, or you say these are the ground rules that we have been following, that we don't fool, we say we don't fool you. When we said we don't fool you, you would think as a bakery, why would you say that? Because most of the competition and most of the people who are into baking and selling cakes and breads, they are not making daily fresh breads. They are using preservatives. Even the biggest of MNCs are increasing the shelf life of burger buns to 15 days without any cold storage, right? They are using margarine or lowest possible fats to reduce the cost price of their products. We were the only ones, and we are one of the very few in the country who are making butter cookies. So butter is touching 500 rupees a kg. Margarine is touching 110, 120. If you want margin and you are an entrepreneur who is only looking for profit, you will obviously go in for margarine, right? So why use that butter? So that is the why of our business. I would not bake something I cannot feed my kids, or I would not like to have it myself. That's where the Cherry Tree stands as a company. We launched 25 cake flavors. So we have some really nice fruit fillings. We make our own strawberry compote. We try to inculcate saffron, pistachio, more of the flavors into our food. And we collaborated with Artisty. That's a no white sugar ice cream in Gurgaon. So it's a lovely product. It is made with jaggery and pure milk. I'm not sure if most of you know, but all the quality walls and other ice creams that you're having, they're not made with milk. Yeah? Amul is one of the few ones who still is making with milk as a large player. For Timpano, this is our basic menu. This is our, brief menu, complete. This is actually a complete menu that we have. So we say 6 pastas, 12 sauces, and 196 add-ons. So basically, we have 6 pasta shapes, we have 12 sauces, and you choose your add-ons. So you want a mushroom with broccoli, you want a mushroom with double mushroom, and want to add on some onions, and so that's how the entire thing functions about it. With Timpano, the biggest difference between us and any other pasta player is that all our sauces are fresh, small batch made. We are not using the ready-made preservative-laden pasta sauces which you get in packets. We are not using all of, all these old mayonnaise-based products in our pastas. We are making bechamel from scratch. It's a challenge. So with Timpano, what we learned at the hard way, we opened 2 stores in 2020. We expanded to 2 more in 2021. And very soon after we expanded in Gurgaon, we understood that our recipes were not transportation proof. The bechamel that we are creating is good up till a certain level of kilometers that we can transport it. Once we put it from Gurgaon to Rajouri, it starts splitting. There is a temperature difference. So we had to immediately snap back, close down the 2 restaurants, and we are still at 2 outlets of Nimpano in Gurgaon and 2 in Lucknow. But we have made a choice not to, not to run down the recipe, not to start using preservatives. We are still working on, it's been almost 3 years, we are still working on how to standardize our base cheese sauce so that we can expand and not go down diluting the quality of the product. And we have recently, we have started doing millet pastas. That is also under, it's still being developed. And we are going on a complete fresh pasta project. So we don't want to use the ready-made pastas in the market. We are completely shifting on to handmade pastas. This is just a team. I thought I'll just, because see, the team as an employer or as an entrepreneur, they are the driving factor of your company. You will not be standing at the service end. You will not be standing in the kitchen all the time. It is the team who needs to align with your core, your DNA. So whatever you feel, that should not be, okay, you will not overcharge the customer. You will not oversell something. If suppose we get a lot of people coming in saying, I have 100 people gathering, what is the cake size? As a commercial business, I should be telling my manager, you sell the biggest cake possible. Why don't you go for 20 kg, right? But we have a standardized menu which is printed. It says for 1 kg, you suggest it to 15 to 20 people. If you have more desserts, you can even bring it down. So we treat our employees, we treat our customers just like we would like to be treated and like family. The next part I would just touch upon is ideation to execution. So yesterday in the innovation, the conclave that you had yesterday, we had some amazing ideas. Most of them, all of them actually making sense. Just how to do it, when to do it, where to do it, what is the price point, what is the marketing. That is the real execution that you need to work on. There is no dearth of ideas. If I start, when me and my husband are talking, there are so many problems which are coming in every day that every problem is a business idea. So in India, we still don't have packaging which is leak-proof for our pasta and so good quality that it is in a rectangular format. We still have to use those paper boxes. For smallest, suppose even if you have to pack a beverage, either you have a plastic packaging or you have a glass packaging. The glass packaging can always shatter. It's not safe. So again, we have to go back to plastic. Why don't we have a biodegradable packaging option, right? So all the problems, like yesterday somebody was talking about food wastage, that we are wasting millions and millions tons of foods. Why is that problem existing? Because there is no solution yet created for it. But if you start working, you might find that, oh, the solution was very easy, but it was not thought of or not implemented as of now. Timely execution is definitely what matters. Before anyone else does it, number one. Number two, the time is now. If you think sustainability is something that concerns you, please work on sustainability, right? You should feel it from inside that, yes, I want to create a brand. I don't want to go with 400 stores. I want 4 stores. But I want 4 stores which are completely sustainable. Just small things like we do at Cherry Tree, we do our own self-composting. We do a vermicompost. So all the peels and everything, we reduce our carbon footprint because right behind our main facility, we have a composting plant that we just small thing that we dug out, and it's giving us good vermicompost, the same compost we use for our horticulture. So small points that we are implementing into our businesses, you may in fact make a complete business out of sustainability, right? The ecosystem when we talk of, so I am a chef, right? I have a food and beverage background. I know how to cook food. My forte is baking and handling my kitchen team. But as an entrepreneur, is that enough for me? It's not at all enough. That is just the start. You need to know kitchen, you need to know the service, you need to know the catering and event part. So this is the core. What I have listed at number 1 is your accounting. Do you know your numbers? You're baking an absolute beautiful, fabulous cake, and you're selling it below the price that it is giving you any margins. You're into losses. Nobody else will calculate that for you, right? You have a HR team, they hire kids, they don't even know what kind of people, what kind of talent pool you're looking for, and they're hiring. You have to make sure your HR is aligned with your company goals. Same with marketing. I am talking about cherry treeing being sustainable, and my marketing team is saying, oh, the most beautiful cakes in town. Doesn't work. I want to be, everything needs to come together. And that's where you stand as an entrepreneur, because you're linking the dots from accounts to HR to marketing, purchasing, haggling with the, purchase all the suppliers that you have, making sure that the quality is in place. Well, a purchase is definitely a very, very critical point. I must emphasize a bit on this, because we have had the hard way. We have had our fish vendor giving us fish which was thawing and coming to 600 grams after thawing. So we are paying for 1 kg of fish, and it is coming to 600 grams. That is the yield loss, right? So as a chef, I am supposed to maintain my food cost, but I'm also supposed to check the purchase and warehousing, where are we going wrong? Housekeeping, yes, licensing, horticulture, packaging and graphics. So just a few months back, I did a digital course from ISB on marketing and digital media. I never thought as a chef, more than recipes, I would be looking at digital media and social media, understanding SEOs and understanding how it works. But when you're in business, nobody else will do it for you. You cannot keep hiring people, and even if you hire somebody, the best of the lot, you need to know what you want them to do for you. Unless you give them the direction, they will not have any solution for your business. Skill set as an entrepreneur, very briefly I would say, risk-taking capacity has to be very high. Don't be afraid of failures. We have had multiple failures. So we have had times when we said, why are we running this business? Let's just, pack it up. Because, see, when you start, we started at 5 employees in 2010. So the morning shutter, me and my husband used to be putting up the shutter. And in 5 employees, we were handling a store with 25 seating. In kitchen, in service, in cash, we were the only 5 people. And night, we are closing down the shutter, right? You have to understand that there's a lot of risk involved, and you have to be very perseverant when you're starting any business. You might start off as a cake shop, but now we are more known for our cafe part. That we don't see that coming. It comes gradually as you see what the market is demanding from you. Second thing is setting goals that matter and delegating and multitasking. Unless you delegate your work to your staff in the right place, you will be doing their work all the time. You need to make sure that when you're like the captain of the ship. If you start doing all the chores, who else will steer the ship into the right direction? Nobody else can do that. Third, definitely forecasting the future. What you start today, you're not starting for today, right? If you're talking about a sustainable living project, you're not talking about today. You're talking 5 years down the line. Where do you see yourself going? Is that even existing? Will that work? And the last thing is, yes, again, battling setbacks. You will have multiple setbacks. You have to have the patience. You have to have the grit to stand back and say no. When we started our cheesecake in 2010, Lucknow, so a lady came to me and she said, "Aap khatte cake bechte ho? Your cakes are sour." So I said, that is how a cheesecake is supposed to be. And she said, "Kal band ho jayegi aapki bakery." Who eats a sour cake? Nobody. So cheesecakes were not a concept. Brownies, they said, such a dense cake. We have never eaten such a dense cake. We have always had the really spongy, light, airy chocolate cake. Now our brownies and our cheesecakes are our best sellers. Had we stopped them and said, "Oh, no, this is not what the city is demanding," we wouldn't have been where we are standing today. When it comes to the future of food and beverage, this is just my take where I see, and I would like to see all of you aligning your goals along with food and beverage industry. I see a lot of clean labeling FMCG. I'm sure a lot of you must be eating Maggi, you must be eating those cup noodles. How many of you have really ever taken the pain to twist the tub and check the ingredients behind it? Have you checked what is going inside your body? Great. That is clean labeling. Once you start reading how many acidity regulators and how many preservatives you're eating per bar of chocolate or per bar of granola available in the market, you yourself, you will feel that, oh my God, why are we consuming this kind of a product? Second, I would say revival of old school recipes. So India has some fabulous recipes and traditions which are being lost. Nobody is bringing them to the forefront. We are still, drinking Yakult as a probiotic. But the original probiotics that we have in our system, we have just forgotten about it. So revival of old school recipes, I think, is very, very important. Health consciousness is on an increase, and food technology, with the kind of lifestyle we have, we are all into a very fast moving life. We want 15 minutes for our lunch, ready lunch, just eat it up and move on. Food technology needs to come to that level. So there is the career path for you to understand that, okay, can we give the best quality of food without compromising on the nutrition, and arrange it at the nearest, maybe a big corporate park or office where everybody is looking for lunch and only has 15 minutes to chew that upon, right? The final thing about entrepreneurship, which I think most of us would agree as entrepreneurs, is luck and failure. So a lot of times you do your best, you are putting in all the efforts, you're putting in everything from your end, but something doesn't seem to click or work, right? You're stuck at some point. That is luck, and that will happen. And sometimes where you're not even expecting, like just 2 days back, I got a call from, again, the Artist-Tea. They're based in Gurgaon. They said, we have our 5 outlets operating, and we would love to have Timpano join us and collaborate on the same thing. So on the same kiosk, like they have beautiful outlets in Ambient Mall, all the premium SD market in Gurgaon and Delhi. They said, just come, we'll just share the rev share, and we had no plans to expand Timpano, but we just suddenly got the opportunity for 5 premium stores with Artist-Tea, and we are working on it. So that is the kind of luck that favors you. And secondly, failure is your biggest teacher. If you take your failure as a setback, you will not be able to rise again. You need to take your failure, analyze it, learn it. That failure can be very small. For example, a cake got delayed due to an Uber or Ola not being available, in the vicinity. So what do? We create a system around that failure. The small failures that, small setbacks that come in. Just create systems and have the agility to change. Don't say, this is my format, I will not change it at all. Don't be so rigid when you're into a business. Because the entire ecosystem will drive you to change, and you should be listening all the time. What does the industry want from you? You might start off as something, but the industry will always give you a feedback. So take that very strongly and keep that agility that, okay, if there is something which can change and give me a good margin, give me a good profitability, why not? So I think with that, I'll wrap up the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Students, the forum is open for questions. If you have any questions, you may ask.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Arya from MHM 4th course. So I just wanted to ask you, what are the basic steps or basic advices you would give to the people who are on the way to expand their business when it comes to the menu planning and costing or the basic aspects? What would be your suggestion or advices?
Okay. See, if you already have a set business, say you have one store, and you're looking to expand to 2 stores, okay? You need to take your expansion into a measure that, okay, I am looking at 1 store this year as an addition. Maybe 5 years down the line, I will be looking at 10 stores, okay? Then you do the backward planning. You say, why my current kitchen can give me 2 stores as of now, but then if I need to expand to the 3rd store, I need a kitchen itself to be made and expand the capacity. You completely go backward, okay? Because if you're expanding, your expenses increase from day one. So this is what happened with us also. We were 2 stores till 3 years back in Lucknow. We expanded to 2 more stores. And we knew our production capacity is only up to 2 stores. So we had to invest in a huge base kitchen plus in the 2 stores. So that was something which we had planned, but despite, like, so you know what happens is when you plan out a base kitchen also, we say, okay, maybe my expense is 1 CR. Take a 10%, 15% excess, because you never know where, you know, that 1 could become 1.5, 1.5, but the fluctuations happen. You will have some unforeseen things. So keep that monetary cushion with you whenever you're expanding. And when you expand, second outlet will not give you the revenue from day one. So you need to keep that period as a loss period that, okay, this is like, for example, when we started Timpano, 2 years it was not making us profit. So the cherry tree profit in Lucknow was being used to sustain Timpano, right? So you need to work out that cushioning, that when you're expanding, you should have the kind of cushion so that you're not, because then when you're in losses or, you know, when you're not doing well, you try to cut down on costings, you will try to cut down on recipes. That's not the, you know, that's, and the kind of stress you go through, plus run, and as soon as you cut down the recipes and costings, it's gone. The core is gone.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Great.
A very good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Koina from 37 course BHM. So my question to you is, in case in future, if we want to start something of our own, is it better to start at an initial stage with an standalone hotels or hotel with different chains?
Okay. So the question actually you need to ask is, what do you want to learn? Do you want to learn processes and systems of a hotel chain? Or is there a very specific, maybe you want to just have a bakery set up and you want to learn good quality baking, right? So you need to choose as per what is your future. What exactly are you looking for? Are you looking for learning sales and marketing, front office? Are you, is that the kind of profession you're wanting to enter? Or are you very typical, so for example, there's a restaurant only on coastal cuisine and you want to do something in coastal cuisine? So that is definitely a great way, because you know that you want to touch coastal-based cuisine. Why go through the entire process of, working 3-4 years in continental bakery and then go to coastal? Why not a place which is doing perfect coastal cuisine? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any further questions? Yes, ma'am.
Very good morning, ma'am. Very good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Gokul, and I'm from second course MAIC. And my question to you is, in your enterprise, how do you handle conflicts in case if there's any fight among your workers?
Amongst the workers?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good question actually. We've rarely ever had that thing there because actually we really, okay, maybe I think I'll need to address it the other way around. So we do a lot of team building, okay? And when somebody comes to my office to complain that this manager did not do his job and he has done a lousy thing and see he has done this bad. So first I tell him, you first tell me 5 good points about that manager, right? Once he says the 5 good points, half the thing is already done. Because if a person is doing a great job and he has made a mistake, that is pardonable and that's okay. It's human to have some errors. You will make some errors, it's all right. If there is a conflict of interest based on some performance or some issue like that, that is easily resolved. If there is an ego conflict, which is more of a problem nowadays, that there is a lot of ego conflict, like, okay, I said the thing has to be kept on the left, that person has said it has to be kept on the right. Those kind of ego conflicts, touch wood, I think, we are blessed not to really have in the company. Plus, we have demarcated the job roles of all our heads. So we have 6 heads heading, one is our pastry kitchen head, one is our hot kitchen head, one is our sales and marketing. Their job profiles are pretty sorted. We have tried not to give them a common place where they can, and again, if there is a conflict, like we have a meeting every week in our boardroom, whatever the conflict is, maybe he's saying, oh, the food cost is going too high, the other one is saying the damage is going too high, but the service guy is saying, sir, we don't have cakes on the counter. So if it is for the benefit, and it's a positive result, it's a positive outcome, that's not a problem, that's a good thing. If it is just an ego conflict, you really need to keep them apart and tell them, if you're here for the ego conflict, it's not going to work. We are working towards another goal altogether. We don't have time for all this. Yeah? Okay?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
I request Chef Thiru to please present the memento to our guest speaker, Chef Niyati.
This will send it to you.
Yeah, thanks.
You have 2 more.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 13 years of entrepreneurial journey was truly inspiring. Thank you for conveying your thoughts on how to understand the market and being such an inspirational working mother and building your brand from scratch. And we also respect the Cherry Tree Bakery for its ethical standards and focusing on quality over quantity any day. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch, and I kindly request you to reconvene in 1 hour for the continuation of our event. Students are requested to report by 1:45 p.m. Attendance for students would be taken right after this break by the program manager.
Students, please settle down. We'll be starting. Students, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. A special welcome to Dr. Rohit Singh, Director, Alumni Relations, MAHE, who will be joining us for the event. I hope that your minds are relaxed, hearts contented, and stomachs full. Because next up, we have Chef Ajay Sharma as he shares with us his inspiration behind the book Saffron's Affairs and his journey in bringing his remarkable piece of literature to life. He will be facilitated by Hamsini, 11th Course Baka.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an absolute pleasure to stand before you today to introduce our very own Chef Ajay Sharma, alumnus of the 29th Course BHM, to our Entrepreneurship Conclave. Chef Sharma's journey is a testament to the transformative power of passion, dedication, and hard work. A graduate of WGSHA and the Culinary Institute of America, his educational foundation laid the groundwork for a career that has spanned continents and embraced diverse culinary traditions. From the bustling kitchens of Cafe Altro Paradiso in New York City to the Michelin award-winning Gramercy Tavern and luxury hotels in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and India, Chef Sharma's culinary experience knows no bounds. Currently serving as sous chef at the residence in New York City, he continues to push the boundaries of innovation while respecting the rich tapestry of culinary traditions. But Chef Ajay Sharma is not just a budding culinary virtuoso. He is also a captivating storyteller and a published author. His books, The Culinary Epic of Jeddah, Tale of an Arabian Gateway, and Saffron's Affairs, A Culinary Journey into the Flavors of Royalty, invite readers into a world where flavors intertwine with history, culture, and artistry of the culinary craft. I would now like to invite Chef Ajay to launch his book, Saffron's Affairs, A Culinary Journey into the Flavors of Royalty. Joining Chef Ajay will be Dr. Rohit Singh, Director, Alumni Relations, MAHE, Chef K. Thiru, Vice Principal Dr. Rajshekhar, and our esteemed dignitaries.
Speech ready. Okay. Good afternoon and warm greetings to all present here, respected Principal Madronacharya Chef Thiru, esteemed guests, respected faculties, and the exceptional students of Welcome Group Graduate School of Hotel Administration, Manipal. As I stand before you, it is both an honor and a privilege. In the realm of the culinary world, I have been fortunate enough to see the magic that unfolds when passion, creativity, and dedication intertwine. It transcends that the mere act of transforming ingredients, it becomes a symphony of flavor that resonate with the soul. In this vast canvas of culinary arts, each one of you, my dear friends and students is an artist. Your knives are the brushes, your ingredients are your flavors, and the kitchen is your studio. Like any great artist, I implore you to approach your craft with dedication, discipline, and the unwavering commitment to excellence. Life, much like kitchen, is an unpredictable journey. In the face of challenges, I encourage you to draw upon the lessons from the kitchen. Just like you adapt an unexpected change in the recipe, embrace the twists and turns of life. It's not about avoiding mistakes, but about turning them into stepping stones for the personal and professional growth. In the culinary world, innovation is the key to success. Similarly, in life, it's crucial to embrace change and foster a spirit of innovation. Be open to new ideas, explore different cuisines, and fearlessly experiment with flavors. Your journey at Welcome Group Graduate School of Hotel Administration is a gateway to boundless possibilities. Relish every moment and the learning experiences. Allow me to share a bit about my personal journey, an odyssey that started as a student at the Welcome Group Graduate School of Hotel Administration, 29th BHM, and the Culinary Institute of America in New York. These institutions became the crucible of my culinary education, shaping the foundations of the skills and the knowledge I carry with me today. From the rich cultural tapestry of Manipal to the bustling culinary landscape of New York City, my experience as a student fueled my passion for the art of gastronomy. These diverse environments ingrained in me not only the technical expertise, but also the cultural sensitivity required to create culinary masterpieces that resonate with the people from all walks of life. Later, my journey led me to the prestigious establishments such as Hilton, Hyatt, and Mumbai. Subsequently, I found my fast-paced kitchen of Michelin-star Gramercy Tavern and Ultra Paradiso in New York City. The challenges and triumphs of those kitchens became an integral part of my culinary evolution. Okay. The pinnacle was found when I was promoted to the sous chef at the Resident, which was a Michelin-trained private dining company. The role not only tested my skills, but also deepened my understanding. And amidst the enriching journey, the accumulation of my experiences and passion led me to the latest endeavor, the Saffron Sapphires. This book is not a mere compilation of pages. It's a journey through history of tale of opulence, where India's royal kitchen come alive through vibrant narratives and ancient recipes. Saffron Sapphire stands as a testament to the grandeur of Indian culinary legacy, celebrating flavors that have withstood the test of time. It invites you to embark on a regal culinary odyssey, unlocking the secrets of century-old tradition passed down through generations. To you, aspiring culinary artists, I extend an invitation to dive into the world of Saffron Sapphires. Let it be your guide, a wellspring of inspiration as you navigate the intricate world of flavors and techniques. Allow the stories within to spark your creativity, rekindling the passion that led you to the kitchen in the first place. In the perceiving tradition with embracing innovation, Saffron Sapphire stands as the bridge between the splendor of history and the innovation of tomorrow's culinary masterpiece. So, as you sharpen your skills at WGSHA, consider Saffron Sapphire not just a book, but as a companion in your culinary journey. Let it be the reminder that behind every dish lies a story, and it's your unique touch that breathes new life into those ancient flavors. Thank you for allowing me to share a part of my journey with you. May Saffron Sapphires be the guiding light and inspiration, and a source of knowledge as you craft your own culinary stories. May your culinary odyssey be flavorful and enriching as the royal feast showcased in my book. Embrace the past, innovate for the future, and let your creation speak about the artistry of your soul. I have always held belief that the kitchen is a reflection of your heart. In your journey as a budding chef, infuse your creation with love, passion, and genuine desire to bring joy to those who taste your dishes. as I stand before you, I see a room filled with potential future leaders in the hospitality and culinary industry. Embrace the challenge that come your way, cherish the victories, and always strive for perfection in your craft. Your time at WGSHA is not about acquiring skills, it's about nurturing your passion and shaping your character. In conclusion, I leave you with the quote that has been guiding light through my culinary journey. It's from everyone's favorite movie, The Ratatouille. Anyone can cook, but only the fearless will be great. May you all find your culinary pursuits, may your dishes tell stories, and may you continue to inspire and be inspired. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef. I know all of us would love to go on a culinary journey with Saffron Sapphires. Next up, we have another alumni of WGSHA. He's also fondly known as SP Singh, and in Chef's own words, he was a very naughty student in college. Please welcome Chef Satinder Pal Singh, introduced by Dianjali Satish, 11th course Baka.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to introduce Chef Satinder Pal Singh. Widely recognized as SP Singh, a distinguished culinary professional and entrepreneur with over 16 years of expertise in the hospitality industry. As a proud alumnus of the 18th course BHM, SP began his culinary journey at the Leela Hotels and Resorts, honing his skills across various properties. His tenure at the Taj Hotels, notably serving as the personal chef to the Pakistani Prime Minister during the semi-finals of the ICC Cricket World Cup 2011. Beyond culinary excellence, SP is on the brink of launching India's first vegan FMCG brand, demonstrating a commitment to health and innovation. Rooted in a triad of principles, operations arts, guest satisfaction passion, and scientific business approach, SP continues to set a standard in the dynamic hospitality sector. Meet Chef Satinder Pal Singh, a figure synonymous with culinary mastery and entrepreneurial success. Welcome, Chef.
Hi everyone, my name is SP Singh, but the name on my Aadhaar card and passport is Satinder Pal Singh, because I feel very strange when I hear my full name Satinder Pal Singh, because I'm not used to, hear this kind of name. So SP is more convenient for me and my friends. That is how they remember me, and I think surely you would also remember me by that name. My journey started way back in year 2003, when I came to Manipal for my final round of interview with my dad. Though we had already paid our fees advance at IHM Aurangabad, not Aurangabad, sorry, Hyderabad, but still I wanted to see what Manipal is all about. So as soon as we came to Manipal, we had our session of interviews here. I told my dad, okay, you can forfeit that fees. I just want to, stay here, and I want to pursue my degree from Manipal itself. And I'm talking about those days when we were in that earlier building, and I was so fascinated to see that building, that infrastructure, which I was not able to see anywhere else in the whole of India. I've been to HM Pusa for that round of interviews, and then to the Hyderabad side. But this college, when I came, I saw the equipment and the level of faculty and everything. The infrastructure was so good that I wanted to stay here only. And being a small town boy from Mohali, Punjab, it was like a culture shock for me when I came to Manipal, because all of them were from either Bombay or Delhi, and I thought I would not be able to cope up with these people. They're too smart for me, but I was also, a bit smarter than them. So, yeah, I'll just show you my... before we start off with my presentation, I just gave you an overview. See, I'll be talking about my journey through WGSHA. the KT program with the Leelas, and then my journey with Taj Chandigarh. My topic today would be like, what is hospitality consultation and why you need a hospitality consultant. And I'll talk about my company, Redmond Hospitality. Before that, I would like to share some photographs of my time, because those time we didn't have that mobile phones with cameras. So hardly if anybody had a good phone or a good camera, we used to click some photographs. And I'll show you how WGSHA transformed me basically. See this photograph. That guy in the Sandoz blue standing in front, bottom right hand corner, that is me. The guy with the hairy guy that I am, that is me. And these are some of the industry leading professionals in that photograph. This was the photograph shot during our first week of our first year. This is the step shop. I think it is no more there. It was next to the WGSHA Greens. This is during some food festival preparation. Chef Batra, you can see here, Akshay Batra. He is now the pastry chef executive pastry chef at Sofitel, Dubai. And you can see me here. I was trying to fit inside the photograph, but there was no space, so I had to climb up a table and I had to put my face in. So, see, this is inside the walk-in freezer. We used to have our photo sessions inside the walk-in freezer. This chef Rahul Kulkarni, I think he'll be coming soon to WGSHA. This is me, the only guy with turban, I guess. And this is me receiving various awards. I only got to find few photographs. This is by the chef late, he's now no more, Chef Soundarajan. This is I think during the WGSHA Quest 2005 or 2006. I won the award for vegetable and fruit carving. I was very good at vegetable, margarine, ice carving and all. And I used to do all this kind of work with Chef Valsaraj. He supported me all very well in this thing. So Chef Valsaraj used to be my partner in crime in this. So I think after I left WGSHA, this art also died, I guess. There was no successor to this thing, I guess. And I'd like to share one more thing. I got inclined toward this vegetable and fruit carving from Chef Sachin Mone, 15th course. Sadly, he also died last week. I think few months back. He was a great artist. He had an amazing knife control. This is our convocation and this is our farewell photographs. This is my, you can say, best friend Salil Nath. He is now the, you can say, head of sales for 7 countries for Etihad Airways. Recently, he's given the 8th country, Pakistan also. So he's like one of those British WGSHaites who are doing amazingly well. He's not an MBA, but he's hiring students who are MBA. He's our classmate, Vineet Bhantia. Vineet Bhantia, if you remember, he did that course which was there, which you used to have at MIM. That if you stay 1 more year and you get that degree. Yeah. So even after doing MBA, he works under Salil and is posted at Etihad head office in Abu Dhabi. This is Abhinav Nagar, we used to call this guy peeler. There's a story behind his name because he tried to peel onions with a peeler. So he was a great master chef, and this is our batch photograph. That is the Valley View Hotel. Okay. So before this, I'll tell you, when I came to WGSHA, I had some notorious kind of nature. You know, I used to be a very prankful guy. So Chef Thirut, the one thing I was sure when I came to WGSHA that I wanted to be a chef since day one only, because that was my cup of tea and I thought I would channelize my energy towards that only. Chef Thirut saw that spark in me and, he channelized my energy towards that. And today I can proudly say that I was not wrong in choosing a career. Again, then there are a lot of many faculty members who helped us, like Chef Vasantan was no more here, but he's even no more. I can still recollect, we used to steal this thing, the German chocolate cake leftovers from the festivals. And he was a master in making those. I still couldn't find that kind of level of a German chocolate cake. I've traveled around the world also, but that was something, nostalgic. It has that nostalgic value. So that taste will still remain behind my brain. So now I'll tell you, see, I'll go to the KT program. During my 4th year, I sat for many interviews, but luckily I could only get selected with the Leelas. And Chef Thiru played an important role in that. Chef Thiru used to take our KT classes in the morning before the college used to start. So all the young enthusiasts, kitchen enthusiasts, we used to come at 8 o'clock in the morning, we used to report. And Chef Thiru used to brush up with our you can say, the first year, second year, third year curriculum. So we used to we used to revise the whole curriculum, which what we did in first year, second year, third year, the mother sauces and those basic cuttings and everything we used to do. So that was very helpful. And when we used to go for a trade test and all, food trials, Chef Thiru used to, constantly monitor our menu, what menu we're going to showcase there, what will be our total, how he used to help us, if we had any issues with our plating or something, so he always came up with the solutions for us. And then I'll tell you, okay, I went to Leela's. The Leela, the journey, actual journey starts from here. Things what we learned in the college are only good enough for us to get a placement in a good company. But the reality starts from here. With Leela's, they only took 8 KOTs all around India and 4 were from WGSHA. And they also took 4 CDP trainees also. So we are 8 of us. The CDPs, they went for training at Leela Bombay and we were placed at Leela Bangalore. So we had the monopoly there because we were 4 of us and other 4 people are different colleges, they were there. So the best thing I'll tell you about WGSHA is when you go after studying from WGSHA, and our culinary trainer there used to be Mr. Parag, Chef Parag Srivastav, he was ex-OCLD. So he used to, ask us any general question regarding, during our classroom sessions. So we were like, okay sir, I'll answer. All 4 hands will go up. Like those 4 people will be like, okay, yaar, kya pucha, hame pata hi laga nahi. So that was the WGSHA thing ki, yaar WGSHA wala ko to aata hai, inse puche mat. Like we were all done and dusted ki, we did it in the college, we know what this is. So that is the level of WGSHA. They teach you so well that even if you go and you meet your counterparts, they will be really jealous of you because you will be like far more read than anybody else in the industry. Okay, I had a 4 years bond with them. The journey was very tough. I tell you, see, it's a cutthroat competition. Nobody wants you to succeed in life because me being a Punjabi, I was placed at Leela Bangalore. And when the people come to know that this guy will be a chef in 1.5 years and he will, come on top of you and order you, so they will try to make your life as miserable as possible. And they can communicate in Tamil or Kannada and, in front of you, they'll screw you, but you will not able to know that what happened with you. Like they will not be, because they want you to run away. They don't want you to boss them. So they tried their best, but I had my issues with me because I took study loan from bank coming to this place because my father told me that he can only afford my fees if I go join an IHM, which is very low, a government institute. But Manipal, that point of time, 6-7 lakh rupees, I think it was a bit for my dad to pay. So I had that thing in mind that I cannot leave. I had to pay my installment, 10,000 rupees per month. So out of 16,000 which I used to earn, I used to pay 10,000 rupees. So that was thing behind. So initial 3 months were very difficult. They were very difficult. They will be very difficult for you also because this luxury won't be there. 18 hours they'll make you work. For them, a KT and industrial training is same. Why? Because you are a free labor. So they'll screw you badly and as bad as they can. So you have to survive. 8 of us, only 3 of us completed the whole KT program of 1.5 years. Everybody left in between. They thought, this line is of no use. Putting in so much of effort, getting such a little, they can make their life in some other department or some other career. So I somehow managed to, it was initial 3 months, they were very tough to handle, the staff. So I acted a bit smart, I used to take them for beer sessions after duty. My senior chefs, okay chef, I'll take you for a beer, okay. Chef, I'll make a chai for you. Chef, sutta bhi hoga, I'll get sutta for you. So you have to do that, that kind of thing initially, because those people at the commie level, they are not as much educated as you are. They are scared because they are only skillful. So they don't want to teach you their skill of trade unless you become comfortable with them. Because I saw they were comfortable with the localites, but me being from Punjab, they were like bit hesitant to teach me. So I took that channel, I used to take them for अरे शेफ मैं पिलाऊंगा बियर, टेंशन मत लो. अरे शेफ आज बिजी हो गया, आपने क्या किया शेफ, आपने अकेले सिंगल हैंडली पूरा पार्टी हैंडल किया. दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स आई डिड. So after 3-4 months, they were like all pals with me, and my life got easy. After 1.5 years of training with Leela Bangalore, I was posted as kitchen executive in Italian restaurant in Leela Goa. So that point of time, the life became a bit easy. But as you can see, I have a body disorder, which is not a body disorder, which you can say skin disorder. I have eczema. So my skin ages much more than a normal guy because it gets dry very quickly. The moisture production of the body, my body doesn't this thing you can say doesn't create or doesn't produce that amount of moisture which is normally required. So Leela Goa, I had an issue because I was posted at the beach hotel. So due to some humidity, I have to leave that hotel, and I have asked them to give me a transfer. So they sent me to Leela Gurgaon. It was around 2010. When there was a Commonwealth Games coming up, the hotel was on a pre-opening phase. So I went to Leela Gurgaon. After Leela Gurgaon, I was a complete chef by then. I was a kitchen executive trainee. Then I wanted to go back to my hometown because 4 years in Vaksha and 4 years with Leela's, it was 8 years, and I thought I should go back to my hometown. And there was only one hotel at that point of time, Taj Chandigarh. And now I'll tell you one thing. I went for the interview. I was not even prepared for the interview. I took my CV and just went in casuals. I went and met the chef. The chef saw my CV. His name was Neeraj Chaudhary. He saw 4 years Vaksha, 4 years KT and Leela. He said, "Salary kitni loge? And join kab karoge?" There was no interviews like tell me, no trade test, nothing. He was like so impressed with the CV that next day he offered me, okay, you come in and you can join straight away. And being in a small hotel, there was not much of hierarchy because chef used to take care of F&B also. So he said, "मेरे पास सब अनपढ़ chef है. I need somebody who can have good computer skills, who can make menu concepts and everything. So you take care of the coffee shop." I was posted as junior sous chef at coffee shop, and that being the only hotel, there used to be a lot of politicians and celebrities coming in. So they all want that pampering in North India. That they like to have that pampering. If a celebrity comes in, they want chef to come and talk to them and make personalized food for them. So I used to coordinate with all the politicians directly. I used to go for the ODCs to Punjab Bhavan and CM House, Governor House. So they'll call in directly. SP, we have an ODC after 7 days. So they don't want to tell you, like they don't like to call general manager for this. They'll directly, call you and you have to arrange everything, and then that was it. This consultation phase, where it came from, I'll tell you. During this 2011 World Cup, Pakistan, what happened during that World Cup, it was held in India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. So Pakistan, due to some political issues, they were not allowed to play any match in India unless they qualify for the semi-finals. So till their group stage, they were playing all their matches in Bangladesh or either Sri Lanka. So when they qualified for semi-finals, they were given the visa and they came to Chandigarh. And they were staying with us, Taj Chandigarh. And India had to yet play its match with Australia and then win, and they were still to qualify for the semi-finals. So what happened, I'll tell you one more thing. When the bureaucrats, or you can say VVIPs of this level travel, of government officials, they travel to a hotel, priorly you get a letter, or you can say priorly you get their preferences, meal preferences, which is basically, being a Pakistani players, they had specifically asked for halal meat. They would not like to have consume this thing, you can say the normal meat. So they called up the AYS, what we call at Taj, at your service. So most of the time, the girls who are sitting there, they are not hospitality professionals. They are mostly from Franklin background or air hostess background. So what happened, that the coach, his name was Intikhab Alam. I know all this thing because I still remember, because this is a career changing path for me. So what happened, he called him and said, "Madam, aapka khana sara halal hai." And we have restricted them, those girls, if you don't know anything, just call chef office and chef will clarify. That time the chef phone was busy, something like that. So she casually said, "No sir, we use only jhatka in Chandigarh. We don't have halal food." But she was not aware of that halal was machine cut and halal is same basically. So we were using the meat from Alchemist, which is based in Ropar near Punjab, Roopnagar. So that guy felt very offended, didn't complain anyone. The whole team came out and they sat in the team bus along with the security. They went to the KFC next sector for the meal. And we were all prepared with a buffet, dinner buffet, that the team will come down and they have a buffet. So the matter got escalated. Then the GM came and he said, no, you will stay in the hotel only for next 5-6 days until the team doesn't checks out. So every order will go through you only. You stay here only, because out of 9-hour shift, the other time I will be at home and I might not miss anybody's preference. So I was asked to get my bags here and I stayed in that hotel only. So all the orders went through me. And what helped me in that, I made a very good bonding with the players. So what happened when the India won the match, and cricketer Ashish Nehra, he called me, he said, he met me while checking out. He said, you want to do something of your own in your life, or you want to stick with this hotels and do, like, here you anything will do, you are doing for them. You won't be able to make a name for yourself. If you want to make a name for yourself, I'll give you a chance. I'm opening up a restaurant in Delhi. It's a very high-end cafe, but it's not, I only have a plan, I have a place, I have not any technical knowledge how to execute it. So I'm opening it up for my younger brother. So after the World Cup, come and meet me. So I took it casually because we get these kind of offers when we are working in hotels. And many people like to, come and ask you to come and work with us. So after World Cup got over, he took my number, I took his number. So he called me up randomly after 1 month. He said, "Tu aaya nahi milne Delhi." I thought you were not serious. You just gave me a casual offer. He said, "No, I'm waiting for you. Come to Delhi." Next day I took an off. I went to Delhi and he was like, "Okay, ये तूने करना है, ये बनाना है, okay. कब join करेगा?" I said, "I need to give at least 1 month of notice." He said, "Okay, give. I can hold the work for 1 month and then you can start here." So I randomly, he said, "कितने पैसे लेगा?" So something came to my mind. I said, "Okay." I had multiplied my salary by 4 times. I told him that amount. He said, "Okay, ठीक है. Advance चाहिए कुछ?" I said, "No." I told my dad, he offered me the salary. He said, "Okay, कल से join कर ले, छोड़ दे." I said, "No, I'll have to leave on a good note." So that is how my consolidation part started. And during that all Pakistani thing and all, the World Cup, I was asked to be the chef for Yusuf Raza Galani. So basically it was not a chef kind of thing. It was basically you have to be with him. It was such a protocol that anything he eats, you have to taste it first. If there is a poison or anything in it, it will react on you first. And only after half an hour after your tasting, he will have it. So basically I was that guinea pig. So that was because he had his food coming from Pakistan only, but still I have to taste it first. So it was that kind of protocols because he came in the morning and left the same night after losing. So, and one more thing I would like to add up. When I was in his room, he only went to the stadium for 2 hours. I was along with him, and when he came back, he was in the presidential suite. I was with him. And when Sachin got out, he started shouting, and his security guard started shouting. I thought I would do. At that moment of time, I thought I should be a suicide bomber. That Sachin got out, and he's just laughing like that. So, but being a PM and so much of security was with him, so I couldn't do anything. So, okay, now we'll come on to this topic. That. Okay, now we start with the topic, what is hospitality or restaurant consultation? See, consultation of any kind is a paid advice basically. Doctor is a consultant. We have any issues, we go to doctor. He charges us a fee and he gives us medicine. A lawyer is a consultant. A real estate consultant is a consultant. Basically, a person with a prior experience, a study in that field is a consultant who is doing something which you want to do or has already did something and it is going well and going fine. So that person is a consultant. So what is hospitality consulting? Hospitality consulting is basically people have an idea or people have a concept and they don't know how to proceed further. Should they hire an architect first or they go for a consultant? Or should they directly go and an architect will do their job, right? What is the need of hospitality consultant? We'll hire a chef, he'll do our menu, everything he'll do. But that is where our role comes into play. So, why do you need a hospitality consultant? See, I've marked this in 60, this is right. 60% of the new restaurants failed during the first year itself and they closed down. Either of wrong location, wrong concept, or you can say wrong budgeting issues. What happens? People tend to spend more. They don't have a budget. Basically, if they have 50 lakh rupees, they will, how they budget their restaurant, I'll tell you. A person, he goes to a restaurant, if he wants to open up a restaurant, he'll see how many chairs are there. He'll try to calculate, okay, there are 50 chairs 5,000 रुपीज़ की एक चेयर होगी, इंटू 50 कर लो, 2.5 लाख रुपए की कुर्सियाँ हो गई. अच्छा AC 4 लगे, 40,000 हज़ार का AC हो गया, किचन में 5 लाख लग जाएगा, ओके. TV स्क्रीन लगा हुआ है, so they'll roughly calculate and say, okay, 40 lakh rupees, done. But that is not how it works. Mostly good places where you want to open up restaurants have high rentals, high overheads. A good place nowadays, if you want to open up a restaurant of 2,000 square feet, at least would cost you around 2 to 3 lakh rupees per month. Then they have security deposits, that is around 6 months. So imagine you have a capital of 40 lakhs and 12 lakh rupees have gone into only dead money, which is not of any use. You are only left with 28 lakh rupees. That 28 lakh rupees, you need to build up the whole infrastructure. You have to, again, buy the stock, have salaries to be paid before the opening of the restaurant, because you'll hire the staff will come in early. They will not do anything, but still you have to pay them. So this is where the budgeting problem is there, and people tend to lose a lot of business, and they tend to lose their heart also, and they shut down in between because they have not done enough, you can say, R&D or enough exercise on this. So this is where we come in. See, if you think only a new restaurateur or a rookie restaurateur need a consultation, then you are wrong. Even existing hoteliers, they require consultation. Niyati started off with a bakery in 2010, but recently she called me up for a revamping of her food menu. So I went in to Lucknow and I did her food menu. Same with 15th course guy, our 15th course alumni, Swastika, her husband Maninder, 14th course. They revamped their cafe. They called me up because they wanted to get upgraded to the new level of menu, because they were giving that all 10 years purana bun maska and all. So they wanted to do something new. So even the existing hoteliers, restaurateurs, they need consultation services. So what a consultant do for you, basically? See, people either have a site and they want to do something, and they have a concept, but they don't have a site. So a particular concept is good for one site, or a site is, imagine you have a site in Manipal next to Dollops. You cannot open up a nightclub there. But if you want to open up a nightclub, you have to go towards some places which are not, you can say, I don't know the places, name of the places as of now, but some place where it is not evident, that students are, they have to travel a bit. Like Sphinx, Blue Waters we used to go, it used to be outside Manipal like a while. So site selection has to be like that. You have to see which concept will work with which site. Same with the demography trends. It means like, I'll take an example of Gurgaon. If I want to have a chilled beer, I want to go to a good microbrewery, I'll go to sector 29. Because the demography trend is like that, most of the breweries are in sector 29. And if I want to open up a good restaurant or eatery, I'll try to look for a place in Cyber Hub, which is a good footfall place, tend to get good eateries there. And then the competition. I will not try to adapt to the competition, but at times the competition is healthy also. See, if there are already 4 restaurants working there, people think, okay, if I'll open up my restaurant next to it, I'll also earn the same amount of money. But at times it backfires because they have their R&D done. They are not situated as of now. They came in when it was quite a while back, when there was no competition. So say, if I think next to Dollops, I'll open up same restaurant serving food like Dollops, it will not work, because Dollops has that same nostalgic value. That value which you can provide the food, but you will not be able to provide that essence of the place. So I have to work on either a new site or a new concept for that place. And popular location, obviously, you need a good popular location, either a mall or a place with a higher footfall. That is the first thing. Then comes kitchen planning. Kitchen planning is very, very, you can say, important, because I've seen this kitchen, the new building kitchens. I told Chef Thiru that they are amazing, top of the state-of-the-art kitchens what we have in the new building. So what happens when we plan a kitchen? We have to do one thing. We have to calculate the space. It is basically a thumb rule. 25 to 30% of the whole restaurant space has to go to the kitchen. And it is as per the cuisine you are working for. Like if you want to go for a single cuisine, then the space might be less. But for a multi-cuisine restaurant, you require ample amount of space. Uh, kitchen layout designs. Kitchen layouts you make on AutoCAD. Basically, it's a representation of your whole floor plan, where tandoor will come, where gas will come, where the oven will come, and everything has to be ergonomically done. Then there comes the electrical points, where you need a high pressure point, like high load points, where you need 5 ampere, 15 ampere, those kind of things. Plumbing points, where you need drain, where you need RO water, where you need storage water. Then kitchen exhaust system, how much of CFM you require for the suction to be there, because the more size of the kitchen, the more CFM is required, and the more high RPM motor will be required. For kitchen exhaust system, we have air washers, air scrubbers, and for kitchen fresh air system, we have air washers. At the same time, the air washer, what it does, it pumps in the same amount of, or you can say 1000 RPM less amount of air inside the kitchen to maintain that whole cycle. Else, the kitchen will suck all the air conditioning from the restaurant, and it will, you'll end up paying more in the electricity bill. Civil work, if you require any wall to be made in the restaurant kitchen or chef office or any kind of thing, or you want to demarcate your kitchen with a garden manager or a bakery section, so that way. And multi-use of equipment, you plan an equipment which a multi-purpose can be, either a Chinese chef can also use that, Indian chef also can use that. And then we do the BOQ and budgeting. Like we get tenders from all the vendors nearby of the imported and all the equipment, and accordingly we do the budgeting, that what kind of equipment are we going for, what is our budget of equipment purchasing. This is mostly done by the architects, but in coordination with the consultant, because I'll tell you how. Space management is something which you sit with the architect and you think, okay, I need this much of space for the bar, this much for the space for kitchen, and washrooms, this much of space for the washrooms. So what happens if you have, if you want to go for a liquor concept, you need to have male, female washroom separately. But if you are going for a cafe concept, you can only have a multi-purpose single washroom. That you only tell the architect doesn't have this knowledge or not the client, because you being a consultant, your role comes here also. Then we have floor plans. So here in the floor plans, we'll see how much sitting is coming in, if there are any PDR, or where the bar will be, kitchen will be, which way the kitchen will be accessed, which will be the back door entry, everything will be there. Then we make 2D plans, and when the 2D plans are done, 2D plans basically are the elevations. Like the floor plan is, okay, these chairs will be here, the stage will be here. 2D plans will be, okay, this is basically the screen. It's going to be this high, this wide, and it will come here. And then 3D visualization will be a whole go through. Like you'll see a restaurant beforehand only, that how it will look like. Like this is a 3D render. This is not an actual representation of a actual restaurant, but a representation of a restaurant. And then we come to the furniture planning and designing artifacts, like sir was telling, the Buddha, people put it in front of the restaurants. So some people, they want to add waterfall, and some people, they like to have some statues, those kind of things. And then sound and lighting also. These factors are also important for a consultant. See, location is the most important factor. It is the most important factor of your success as well as of your downfall. You have to have a good location, and you have to have a good approachability also. With approachability, I mean the road should be wide enough. It should not be inside something, See, if you go to Amritsar, the Kesar Ka Dhaba is a place where you can only go on a rickshaw. Your car cannot go. But it being you can say a legendary restaurant, people will again tend to go to that place just to put Instagram stories and to experience that all. But if you think I'll open up a restaurant in that place which is not approachable enough, nobody will come there. So you need a good parking space for your restaurant, even a friendly neighborhood also. When I talk about this term friendly neighborhood, it means, I'll tell you, many restaurants, they play loud music, and you have people staying backside of your restaurant or your hotel. So basically what happens, most of the time we are under control, we don't play loud music openly. But there are some people who tend to, finger you continuously. There has been some issue in Chandigarh where a whole 7 to 8 restaurants have to close down because the guy who used to stay behind was a lawyer, and he sued them, and in the end all the restaurants, they have to shut down. Because they were doing great, they were doing good sales, but again, because of this factor, they had to shut down their operations and shift their location. Safe environment, yes, because if your location is safe for women or ladies to come and go around 9:30, 10 o'clock, or even in the night, if they feel safe that easily they can get a cab or an auto from there, that is also important. And legal space, I'll tell you, if I had Niyati suffering something with the new property of hers, she's opened up a cafe, but she's not being able to, start it off because the place is not legally, compliant. Because people are now commercializing their properties, household properties, but they're not paying tax, the conversion tax or the OC, occupational certificate, they're not getting it. So this thing, even the owner doesn't know. So when you build a place for a restaurant which serves liquor, and then you apply for a restaurant. See, a restaurant will only get a liquor license once it gets into working. So when they go for the liquor license and then they come to know, okay, this place has some issue, that point of time, this is of no use. Even the owner can't help you, nobody can help you if the place is not legally compliant to give liquor license. A consultant plays an important role in menu designing. See, this thing you would have learned in college or you must be about to learn. Menu planning is obviously menu engineering. Menu engineering, something high profitable dishes with high popularity. Some dishes are low profitable but are high in popularity. Then all these kind of things. See, high popularity, stars are the dishes which are high popularity and high profitability. Then again, plough horses are low profitability but high in popularity. Then comes the puzzles, which are high profitable but low popular. And then comes the dog, a dish which is neither selling nor it is profitable. So when we plan the menu or when we change the menu, we try to replace these dishes with the ones which are more profitable and popular. And when we plan the menu, we look at the target audience. See, if I need to plan a menu in Manipal, it would be something of multi-cuisine because there are so many people staying here from all around India with different eating habits. So I would like to give everything to everyone. And then there are theme-based menus, what we do and what a consultant does. Cuisine and concept. According to, we plan the menu, which cuisine are we going for, what is the concept of the restaurant, and the pricing also plays an important role. Like in Manipal, our food cannot be expensive because students, they don't earn. They are on their parents' money, so the menu cannot be expensive. And same time, if I plan a restaurant in Ludhiana, in a niche market, I can charge as much as amount of money I want because that market has a tendency to pay a lot. So it varies from market to market. A consultant does staff hiring and staff training also for you. Be it a back of the house staff, front of the house staff, skilled staff. Okay, you need newcomers and freshers also. And we have to train the newcomers and the freshers, even the skilled staff, because they have a skill set of their old restaurant where they were working. Some tend to learn, some they don't tend to learn. So the ones who don't tend to learn, they leave or either you kick them out. So then we do skill enhancement training. This is basically when a new skill is added to a restaurant. I basically do pizza trainings, Neapolitan pizzas. So an existing pizzeria, the people call us, okay sir, teach our staff how to make Neapolitan pizzas. So we tell them what is biga fermentation, what is Polish fermentation, and how much water hydration needs to be there in the dough, how much fermentation time it needs to be kept at what temperature. Those kind of skill enhancement trainings we do. Then HACCP training. It has become very important after COVID to have a good hygienic norms at your place. So HACCP, everyone knows hazard analysis, critical control point. Chef Thiru has taught us so well that even in my sleep you will ask me the full form, I can tell you. And even my wife, she is not from hospitality, she knows the full form because wherever I go, I said this is not HACCP compliant, this is so much of dirt is there. So, and then you teach them the upselling techniques. Okay, it's like a person is coming in, so either you upsell your beverage along with the food, or you upsell the food along with the beverage. And you should have the right knowledge. Like if you are there for drinks, so the person should know that a person having drinks will not directly go for the main course, he'll go for the starters first, and that is how they can upsell. Service etiquette needs to be there. You need to teach them how to talk to the guest, because at times when people come into the restaurant, they ask, okay chef, tell us, any guy they get hold of, what is the best thing you have? Sir, everything is good on our menu. They particularly tell me, no sir, everything you try, everything is good. So instead of giving that vague things, he should have that polite etiquette. Okay, sir, I'll let my boss come or my manager talk to you. Or sometimes they are very rude over the phone. They are very rude when people ask for discounts. So those all things come in service etiquettes, and there is much more to it. I just like to rush it up. So then the complaint handling. So we tell them how to handle the complaints, because on nowadays what happens, people will not complain you directly. They'll put it on the social media, or they'll put it on the the other portals on the Google. So it's good how do you reply them, how do you take the feedback, and how you make sure that the guest comes back to you happily, and next time you take much more care of him. This is the financial and business planning. A consultant will do a sale forecast for you. Like how much you are putting in, you need to get it earned from the business also. Because a business is of no use if you are not able to get the you can say the break even from the, if you cannot get the break even from the operations. Annual sales comparison. See, every year you are doing sales, so your sales only have to go up if you want to excel. It cannot go down, so you have to have the comparisons with you, and according to the comparisons only you can make budgeting, like how much sale will do next year or next month. It can be either monthly or yearly. Then it involves the events cost. When we call for some events, or like you can say you're calling a DJ or a band, that cost involves. Food festival expenses, you call a chef and do some kind of a festival, like Italian festival, Italian chefs comes in, or Avdi festival, Avdi chefs comes in. And then comes the profit margin. So the profit margin is something which you calculate after the end of all the expenses. That is nowadays very low because of the social media influences and the Zomato and Swiggy interference, because a chunk of margin they only take. So again, branding and marketing. A consultant will help you to create a brand identity for yourself. He knows the target audience, okay, and he'll establish marketing strategies for you. Like you can say marketing strategies, when we talk what schemes you're going to give to the guest. Like you have ladies' night on Wednesdays mostly, or you can say a 1+1 until 5 o'clock. So these kind of things you need to tell them how to increase your sales during the low hours. Then comes the digital marketing, which nowadays people hire a digital marketing team. They also do your social media presence. Basically, you are on Instagram, continuously posting your posts and everything. And then comes the promotions. Promotions basically means that you can do it on the restaurant also. Maybe you have some Christmas promotions going on, New Year promotions going on. And then merchandising. Merchandising, basically you print cups and you have that bottles and which a guest can take along, so that he can recollect. Then comes the food trials, beverage trials, in which a consultant helps you for food plating and garnishing. Portion control we do. Food and beverage costing. Crockery, basically food and beverage costing we do, like what cost a thing has to be sold at, so that we can get that profit margin. Crockery and glassware specification, like which drink will go in which glass, which plate is used for which kind of food. Cooking techniques also. And then serving temperatures, like if a salad is there, it has to be served at 5 degrees to 8 degrees, and if there is a hot food, it has to be above 71 degrees. Then comes the time management, that how much time it should take for the food to reach the table when the order is placed. And then comes the vendor management part, which is identifying the local vendors, product specification to vendors. See, this all will take a lot of time, but I'll just brush it up. Product specification to the vendors, like this kind of product we need, this specification of chicken we need, this size of chicken we want. Then you negotiate rates with them, either on monthly basis or on yearly basis. Categorizing your purchasing and contracts, you do contracts with them, okay, that after 45 days of your, after every 45 days, you have to pay them the lump sum amount every 45 days of the month. It's like basically from 1st to 31st, what all purchases come in, you pay it on the 15th of the next month. So that is a 45-day cycle for payments. Same, you need to tell the payment schedule to the vendors. Some payments need to be made on daily basis because the dairy people, they take it on daily basis mostly. Then you have vendor risk management. If one vendor fails to provide you something, you have a backup of other vendor also. And vendor service level agreement, that some specific things which he is giving to you, he cannot give it to somebody else. I just need to, I don't want to show this. I want to go to the end. How can I skip? I'm writing too long, so. Wait. No. Like these are some of the projects we have all done. So I'll just be very quick on this. We have all done projects in 12 states as of now, from Kashmir to Tamil Nadu. And these are upcoming projects which are already undergoing. Yes, sir? Sir, that is what I'll tell you. See, initially what happened when I was in working with Leela's, that point of time, I used to get 16,000 rupees salary and 10,000 used to go to the bank directly, basically for the installment. So with 6,000 rupees, it was very tough to survive, but they gave us accommodation, the food was there. So, but I told them yesterday also when we met, I said, now I tell them that I will charge this much amount. If you want to get work done, okay, you pay this amount, else I'll leave. So that comes only after some point of time, some point of experience in life, because you make your way through that thing that they need you and they know you cannot, nobody else can do that thing which you can do, so they will pay you whatever amount you want. But things will come, according to time only. And I'll just finish up with this slide. So I won that Times Hospitality Award for the leading consultant in North India. That's all. Any questions, please? See, if you want to open up a restaurant in future, I am the guy you need to get in touch. So I am on Instagram, very active on Instagram and Facebook. You can take my number from Chef Thiru or you can directly take it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef. Your remarkable journey from WGSHA to becoming a distinguished hospitality consultant is not just a testament to your professional success, but a source of inspiration for all of us. Your story underscores the importance of passion, perseverance, and the relentless pursuit of one's dreams. Thank you, Chef SP, for sharing your extraordinary journey and imparting invaluable lessons to our aspiring minds gathered here today.
Sir, do you want to take any questions? Okay. The forum is open for questions. Students who have any questions can come ahead and please ask any questions you want to.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chef. My name is Gokul and I'm from second course Masters Applied Indian Cuisine and Food Culture. So there are a lot of entrepreneurs where whenever they go for site selections, they mostly believe through rituals, like whether that site is good enough, whether it will bring any bad lucks. What's your opinion in that?
See, what bad luck I don't understand, but you need to see a site which has a good footfall. It should be, amongst a popular area, either a residential area or it should be either a Vastu.
Yeah, Vastu only.
See, that a Vastu guy will tell. I'll tell you what happens. When we go for a site, we plan kitchen. Okay, so I have to send my drawing to the Vastu guy. He will tell me which place it should be for washing, which place should be for fire and everything. So what happens when we plan a restaurant, 99% of people in India, they believe in Vastu Shastra. So they said, okay, we are putting so much of money. We don't want to end up, on a loser side. So what happens, they call in a Vastu consultant. So So that guy, he gets a compass with him and he says, okay, south east ki direction mein kitchen yahan dal do. Okay, washroom should be on this side. So that is something not a part of an architect or a consultant, but for that you need to get you can say a Vastu consultant, a Panditji kind of person comes in. So
Yes. Sorry. Also, chef, for any enterprise or any restaurant, there are a lot of kitchens like the parallel kitchen, vertical kitchen. So, what type of kitchen is best to construct in a small restaurant?
see, I'll tell you basically how I work. I basically plan sections. If you have a continental section, you know what all things you require. You need a 4-burner range, oven, fryer, griller, everything to you. That to be on one side. And behind you should be a working counter. It can be a under counter fridge because you get to work on the tabletop. Simultaneously, you can store your mise en place on the lower shelves. And you don't need to, run around. You can just stand there and make all the food and pick up. Simultaneously, next to it can be your Chinese counter, then Indian tandoor. So it is basically a line of a kitchen. So we basically what I go with the thumb rule is I need a longer space to plan a kitchen rather than a square place. So a rectangle is more, appropriate than going for a square place.
Yes, sir. Also, regarding about vendors, have you ever faced any problems where they have
Every day.
like whether they have given any defect?
No, I'll tell you what happens. There is one more thing, many chefs, they get on illegal activities practices with the vendors. So vendor knows I need to deliver 50 kg of chicken every day to this place. So what they'll do, they'll put the chicken in the water. Also, a 800 gram bird will turn to 1 kg of chicken. And when it will wait, when you weigh the chicken, it will show you 1 kg only. But that practice only that person knows. Or some vendors, what they do, they give you order for 10 kg paneer, they'll get 8 kg paneer, but the slip bill will be like 10 kgs. So the chef will be in confidence of their competence, so chef will sign okay. Owner is not coming to see. That 2 kg ka paisa will be between 50-50 between the chef and that guy. So we have caught so many people doing this thing. And this thing happens even in the big 5-star hotels also. So that you have to keep an eye. You have to put your trusted person in purchasing department. Or initially you only have to stand and see. Best is if you want to open up a restaurant, do the purchasing yourself first.
Yes, chef. Thank you, chef.
Thank you.
I request. Okay, sir. The next speaker that we have with us today is known as the Brownie God. The founder of Brownie Heaven, Mr. Nishant Vijaykumar, is here to take you on a journey of chocolatey goodness. To introduce her, I would like to call upon Kavya from 13th course MSc Dan.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the man behind Chennai's most popular and my personal favorite brownie destination, who also happens to be WGSHA's prestigious alumnus. I'm honored to introduce Chef Nishant Vijaykumar, the founder, director, and CEO of Brownie Heaven, Chennai. He is also the co-founder of 2 other brands, Crema and Fitball. Chef Nishant was a gold medalist from the 24th course BHM, WGSHA Manipal. He was also the president of the College Student Council during his years of study. Chef was very passionate about cricket. He was a junior state cricketer of Tamil Nadu and the vice captain of the Manipal University cricket team. Chef Nishant had started his career as a kitchen management trainee with ITC HMI and left the company as a junior sous chef. He then began his entrepreneurial journey by introducing his own brownie-centric brand, the Brownie Heaven. The brand has grown immensely with 18 outlets spread across the city. Chef Nishant has completed various courses related to business, like the HBS core program from the Harvard Business School. He has also completed a digital marketing and analytics course from the Indian School of Business. I welcome Chef Nishant to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's been a long day. I know that you guys are also a little restless, so I'll keep it a little short, okay? But, yeah, it's been 10 years since I graduated from this college, okay? And the last 2 days have been a different experience for me. One, it's been, it's hard to explain how I felt seeing all my old faculty, seeing Thiru sir. All of these people have been instrumental in this journey. I definitely couldn't have done this without them and without the foundation that this college has given me. So thank you, sir, for the invite. And, whatever I can do in this small talk, sharing my story till now, it's just been a journey of about 10 years since I graduated. There's still a long way to go, but whatever little that you can take away from my story, it'll be great. And if any questions, I'll be happy to answer. If you guys are feeling shy to ask questions in front of everyone, you can always reach out to me separately. Most happy to help fellow Akshites. Okay, so I'll start off with my story. I was, like every Indian kid, wanted to play cricket for the country, and that's how it started. From the age of 6, started picking up the cricket bat and going for practice at least 2 or 3 times a day. Made a clear goal that I should at least represent at some level. I didn't want to just waste my talent over there. Worked hard, went through the hard yards, the politics of cricket, did all of that, and basically reached the state level. So I represented Tamil Nadu in the under-17 and the under-19 cricket team. I set myself a personal target that if I don't make it to the South Zone cricket team, I think it's better I find another career path, because I didn't want that kind of lifestyle. I did make it to the team. Unfortunately, I could only play till the Tamil Nadu state level, so I decided to move out from cricket and choose an alternate career path. Food came naturally to me. Food was in fact my first love. I realized it when I used to travel across the country playing cricket matches for the state. The first thing that I would do is check the breakfast and lunch buffet at the ground, and not even check the wicket or the pitch conditions. Okay, so that was how much I loved the food. And across the country, that gave me a lot of insight into different cultures, different cuisines, different food. And I always wanted to do something related to the food line. Being a sportsman, you're on your feet throughout the day. So the chef profession or the chef line was a natural extension for that, because you are on your feet almost 14, 16 hours a day. So I made a clear decision that I wanted to become a chef. Post my 12th, while I was playing cricket for Tamil Nadu, I joined a college, and I only went there for 3 months. It was through a sports quota because I was representing the state. I quit that since I didn't make it to the South Zone team. And between my 12th and before joining the first year of WGSHA, I in fact interned in 2 restaurants. So the lunch service, I used to work in an Indian restaurant, and the dinner service in a continental restaurant. And this was before joining college. So what this gave me was not only an added advantage while coming to WGSHA, it also gave me an insight into my choice and whether I was making the right choice getting into this profession. Okay, so I cut to WGSHA, great facilities even at that time. Looking at the new building now, it's even more amazing. Okay, even what we had then, we felt like it was the best facilities in the country, the best faculty. But again, as a student, it's not the faculty or the facilities that make a difference. It's how much you drive yourself and what you get out of them. So that was something that I had, and I was very clear in my mind that, we need to try and extract as much as we can from the time here. Of course, it doesn't mean that I was only studying. I had fun, was partying, living the usual Manipal life, but always ensured that at the back of my mind, my goal was clear, because end of the day, it's your story, and only you can write your story, nobody else. So it makes a very big difference what you choose and every single choice that you make. So the journey of Brownie Heaven, in fact, started in between the first and second year of WGSHA. Every summer or every winter vacation that we had, I would make it a point to go and work somewhere. Doesn't matter if it was for half a day or anything, just any shift. Go and work in multiple establishments to understand what they do right and what they don't do right. Okay, because I realized that it is important to kind of give yourself as much exposure as possible initially. So in between the first and second year of college, I started Brownie Heaven from my mom's kitchen, basically. It was, very supportive of my parents to let me raid their kitchen for 2 months. Basically, I was just baking all day, making stuff from the kitchen. I would go and buy the ingredients in the morning, take orders. The orders I got was also because I used to play cricket with Dinesh Karthik and Abhinav Mukund and all of them. So I had a kind of a social network in Chennai where I got my first orders. So the first orders were just word of mouth. After that, it automatically picked up. Those were the days of, when Swiggy and Zomato were not so prevalent. So word of mouth was kind of the biggest thing in marketing, or the biggest kind of testament to the fact that your product is good. So little did I realize that, the 2 months flew by so fast before I had to get back to Manipal. But I'd already sold 2,000 kilos of brownies in just 2 months, okay? And that was a lot, okay? Thanks. So I also had an article written in one of the newspapers and all of that. So basically, see, a lot of it depends on luck, on putting yourself in a position to get some sort of recognition, but all this comes with hard work. If you continuously keep trying to give yourself multiple opportunities for recognition, some time or the other it's going to come to you. Okay. So yeah, so I finished that, came back to college. Of course, I couldn't continue it at that time. Came back to college, went through the entire ropes of college and internship and all of that. In my 4th year, we had to decide if I wanted to sit for placement or start on my own, okay? So this was another crucial decision in my life. I thank my parents and Thiru sir and all the other faculty, even though I was hell-bent as a youngster that I wanted to start Brownie Heaven the moment I stepped out of Manipal. As soon as I get back home, I'm going to start it. I think it was a very wise decision, and, in hindsight, when I look back, it was really helpful of them to tell me that I had actually got into the ITC welcome, the HMI program, it was called at that time. So they advised me that spend that time, 18 months, 24 months, whatever it is, spend that time, get some experience from there, and then you can decide if you want to do something of your own. Although I was, quite adamant, I was very clear that, I was able to sell 2,000 kilos in 2 months, why can't I just start this? But little did I realize that, the journey is long. It's tough, and it's not easy to just build a company like that. It has to sustain over the years. So, joined ITC, worked with them for a couple of years across different properties, was part of the pre-opening at ITC Grand Bharat at Manesar. We had, a great time at ITC. I learned how not to do things majorly, okay? And something that I was sharing yesterday is that it really doesn't matter what your starting salary is when you leave college, okay? You need to look at it with a 5-year or a 7-year horizon, because people are going to be paying for your skill set and the value that you add. They're not trying to hire you to be an operator or try to fill some position in that company. You need to be able to build your foundation, build your skill set, and then you can command any kind of salary. Nobody's going to reject that, okay? When I joined ITC, I was getting 14,000 rupees a month, I think, and the second year it became 16,000 rupees a month. But I found other ways to enrich that experience. I have eaten food in ITC worth almost 1.5 lakhs or 2 lakhs a month, okay, apart from my salary. So I'm saying we used to get the best of ice cream, the best of meat, the best of everything. So I ensured that I enriched myself in that experience, tried to gain as much as possible from that. Once I finished ITC, the whole, to be very honest, I realized that time itself that hotels was not for me, okay? I was not the kind of person who would conform to certain rules, to conform to certain standards, who would be able to, kind of say, yes, sir, throughout the day, okay? It was just not me. I was posted to ITC Grand Chola. I was a junior sous chef there. I had about 120 staff under me. But if you look at my role was to take care of the morning, basically the breakfast, lunch, and dinner buffet, okay? And it would be the most, at least for me, the most mundane task, like there is a guest from US and he needs to eat only multigrain bread, and you are in charge to ensure that he's only getting multigrain bread throughout the day, okay? Those were some of the activities that I had to do. But I realized that anyone could replace me in that role, okay? For me, with someone of, at least whatever I worked with, all the effort that I've made, I don't need to be standing there and giving multigrain bread to somebody, okay? I'm sure that anyone else can replace me, but the real value I can add in other departments. And I also felt that, I didn't want to be confined to one space. The kitchen had, even though the kitchen was big, it has its boundaries, but entrepreneurship is very different. There are no boundaries. You're also dealing with multiple functions, multiple people. Sky is the limit. Every day you can keep increasing your standards, increasing your quality, increasing many things. It completely depends in your hand. And I was the kind of person who's, my risk appetite is quite high, okay? It's obviously one of the things that you need to be an entrepreneur. And I decided that time that I was about 24 years old when I took the call to leave ITC and just start off on my own. I decided that it was a time in my life that, if I don't take this risk today, I'll never be able to take this risk maybe 3-4 years down the line. So it makes sense for me to take the risk. If I fail, it's okay. It's completely my decision, my failure. I will deal with it and move on. But if I succeed, then there's no looking back from there. Okay. So this is how I started Brownie Heaven. Again, the day about 3-4 days after I quit ITC, started from my house. Okay. Again, I didn't start from 2,000 kgs. I started from zero again. For 3 months, right from procurement to packing to orders, all of that, I did it on my own. I used to take orders about 9 o'clock, buy everything, bake everything. By 6 p.m., I'll pack everything, and then I will go deliver personally. Okay. Again, in hindsight, this is one of the best decisions made because in 3 months, I would have met at least 2,000-3,000 customers in their own houses, personally handing over the product to them, okay? And those 2,000-3,000 customers are still my loyal customers today, and I'm sure that they tell at least 5 customers every day, and they share this experience that, they were served by me personally in their houses. So 3 months after doing this whole process, I realized that I need to kind of formalize this. I cannot just keep doing this ad hoc thing, okay? I set up the first store of Brownie Heaven. Okay, this was in September of 2015. Now, September of 2015, I had only about 2 lakhs left with me, and to open a business, you need at least about 10-15 lakhs of capital to open a smaller store. I borrowed 10 lakhs from my dad, okay, and opened this shop in Chennai's Biryani district. Okay, this was in Royapeta, bang in the middle of about 50 to 60 biryani shops. And my dad was like, he gave me a challenge basically. He said that if you're able to sell brownies in this area, which is only known for biryani, okay, then I will accept that you have something in your hand. Till you prove that to me, I'm not going to support beyond a particular level. But, my parents have always been supportive right from the beginning. He gave me that 10 lakhs without thinking twice. He saw the effort that I was putting in daily, and he gave that money to me. And within about 10 months of opening that first store, I returned all the 10 lakhs back to him. Okay. So now the journey of, Brownie Heaven was built with, like I said, just 12 lakh of startup capital. Okay. I strongly urge all of you, it doesn't really matter. You don't need a lot of money to start a business. You don't need to have a fancy space. You don't need to have anything. If you have a strong idea and you have a clear business model around it, it is very much possible. Money is irrespective of, your idea, okay, and the success or whether your brand is going to survive or not. Within the first 3 months of opening the first store of Brownie Heaven, I signed my first franchise, okay. I had to sign a franchise because I had no money to open my second outlet. Okay, my business was doing well. It had gained some popularity in the market. There was a network effect created. A lot of people were talking about it, but I didn't have money to open the second store. Okay, so these are some of the challenges that business faces, and every time you try and expand, there will be something that comes up, but you need to figure out what is the best way or the best opportunity at that point in time. So I decided that franchising was the best way because someone is going to invest capital. I'm going to give my product, which I'm 100% convinced in, and then hopefully it works out for both of us. So luckily it did, and within 1 year, we opened about 6 outlets, just after starting Brownie Heaven in 2015. Okay, so the journey has continued from there. Today we have about 18 outlets, okay, of Brownie Heaven, predominantly in Chennai. I'll also get to why that has happened. And I also run a couple of other brands. One is called Crema and one is called Fitbol. So in Crema, basically, we focus on a very specific recipe of cheesecake that we do. So I support a lot of youngsters for me, because the thing is that when I was 19 or 20, if someone gave me this opportunity, I would grab it with both hands. I have about 8 or 10 people with me who are about 19 or 20 years old, who I invest my money in. I tell them, go out, make mistakes. It's at my cost, okay? But I believe that at some point in time, if there is potential in what they're doing, it makes sense, okay? So Crema started off like that. There was this person, his name is Apoor. Basically, he used to only make cheesecake, sorry, not cheesecake even. He only figured out how to make the best quality of cream cheese during the lockdown. That's all he did, okay? And he would be selling some cheesecakes made from the cream cheese that he makes at a very small level, like how I started Brownie Heaven. So I told him that, I have the ecosystem now. I have the accounts team, I have the finance team, I have the purchase team, I have everyone. Why don't you come with me and then let's try and make something out of it? So Crema also originated like that. We started, he basically interned with me for a year, and then I gave him an opportunity to start Crema, and we're actually now 50-50 partners in that company. So Crema is on one side, and then on Fitbol, we're basically doing guilt-free food, okay? It's a huge market, it's booming now. We do cold-pressed juices, we do smoothie bowls, we do a lot of fruit bowls, and we do all types of rice bowls with brown rice only, or any other, guilt-free alternative, okay? Over the years, I have ensured that I go and do some sort of course just to keep myself updated, keep myself, in the loop of what's happening. So every couple of years, I do some course or the other. I've done a course with Harvard Business School and with Indian School of Business, not only for the branding that it gives you, but also just for the insights and just for the connections that come from that. Okay, so all of these things are, I'm just saying, some good things, and it sounds good while speaking. Let me tell you all the difficulties that I've faced, or some things that you guys need to keep in mind, okay? Even if I have 18 stores today, I may have closed at least 10 outlets, okay? These are all learnings as a first-time entrepreneur. I am a first-time entrepreneur. I have learned through this journey, okay? Nobody has taught me how to do business, or nobody has taught me how to do XYZ things. So I'm also learning. It's, a work in progress. Today, I'll obviously take decisions wiser than what I used to take. When Brownie Heaven was growing initially, and we opened 8 outlets within 2 years, I thought that, okay, there's no stopping us, and it's going to grow, and it's going to do well. I opened multiple outlets across the country, okay? Little did I realize that it is extremely difficult, 1, to handle the operations across the country, 2, to handle quality across the country. Also, time, people consuming certain products across the country is different. Awareness of product is different. So, while I have been able to do all of this, I have also, lost a lot of my money, but I don't look at it in terms of losing money. It's invaluable experience that I've gained, and if that's the price I had to pay, there's nothing like it. I would still do it again 2 times over. And for you guys, okay, I strongly believe that WGSHA, irrespective, and even BACA now, irrespective of GPA, irrespective of, your position in class, irrespective of all of that, the confidence that I see from people here is unmatched. Even during my college days, the talent that is here, people would be talented in their own stream. Like I said earlier, it's your story that you need to write, okay? You guys need to figure out how you want your story to be, because you can only connect the dots backwards. This time that you spend here, while you should enjoy it, it's your college life, enjoy the time here, but have certain goals in mind, have certain things that you want to achieve from the time here. You have great facilities, you have great faculty. It would be sad to see if someone is leaving from here without not at least having the opportunity to use the most of that, okay? I would definitely urge you to do that. Another thing that I would urge you to do is reach out to people on LinkedIn, on Instagram. I'm 100% sure that they're going to respond to you, okay? This is something that I have done throughout my life. Now I'm not so young anymore, but then I used to always use the young tag that, I'm a young founder or a young CEO, or I'm a young entrepreneur, or I'm a budding entrepreneur. I would use these words and message every CEO possible in India and abroad, okay? And let me tell you, 8 out of 10 people reply, okay? Right from the Nestle CEO to the ID founder, to the Raw Pressery founder at that point, to Baskin-Robbins CEO. I have messaged everybody just saying that, this is my journey, this is what I'm trying to do. If you can spare 5 or 10 minutes of your time to guide me, it would be priceless for me, okay? So apart from, obviously, inspirations that you have in college, for example, Thiru sir, I would say, is, one of the great entrepreneurs that you have in Manipal itself, okay? He has been able to build such a strong team around him. I've seen that over the years, his core team has remained fixed. If someone has been able to retain his core team for more than 10 years, then that is the sign of a great leader. And, I think that he's done a phenomenal job, and I would always... So, in fact, in my year 1, he was my, faculty coordinator or mentor. I don't know what it's called now. But from then, there has been something about a personality that you feel that this guy, this person, or this guy, or this girl is worth following, is worth looking at, is worth observing, okay? So I strongly urge all of you to kind of pick one person, whether you find that in your college, or you find it outside, or anywhere else, and try and follow them, try and reach out to them, try and connect with them, because there will be learning from that, okay? Nothing else. I don't want to keep you, here for too long. If you have any questions, or if you want to reach out to me at any point in time, I'm always there to help you. Please reach out, please feel free, and best of luck.
Thank you, sir, for such an inspirational story. I now request our principal, Chef K. Thiru, to present a memento to Chef Nishant.
Good evening, students. If I don't call Nishant's mother here, see, I've been here for almost 24 years. I interact with many parents. I always appreciate some parents of upbringing, okay? And the true example, right from his first year, his journey, when he came to join, why he left cricket, then what he was doing, he shared all that. So then the first time when I met Nishant's mom and father, they were discussing. He just gently spoke about, how his father funded. But I remember when they were talking, his dad is from IIM. He don't just finance just like that. He said when he started, even summer also, he has to pay rent for the premise what he was using. So he had gone through a lot of hardship. Ma'am, hats off to you. Please, it's a celebration time for you. Please come.
And Chef Thiru always inspires eternally. Thank you so much.
Students, if there are any questions, please ask, sir. Just because sir said you can ask him personally, please don't be quiet now. Please ask him now.
Very good afternoon, Chef. My name is Gokul and I'm from second course MAIC. So, I don't know if I have the right to ask this question, but what has inspired you and what brought in the love in making brownies?
Okay, to be very honest, I didn't touch upon this, but one of the reasons why I started Brownie Heaven was also because, one, I wanted to do something that's product-centric, because even at that stage, for me, if I want to eat a particular food, I would only go to a particular place to eat it. I would never eat it in a multi-cuisine restaurant or anything like that. Two, from a business angle, okay, there is zero wastage for me because I have nothing, if from the tray, how many of pieces I cut, I sell everything. During my time in ITC, I would see so much food wasted in banquets, in buffets, and all of that. So that was something I definitely didn't want to do in my business. So the whole ideology was zero wastage and also product centricity. So why I started with brownie, it's not like I specialized in the bakery or anything. Honestly, it was one of the easiest things to do, okay? And I was the only person doing everything in the business, okay? Right from product to procurement to all of that. So I needed to ensure that I set up something that I could handle. And even the first outlet, it was about 300 square feet. I set it up in a way that even if I don't have any staff, okay, I can run it from 12 to 12 on my own. I have 4 tables, I can service 4 tables, okay, and it's just me who's running the counter. For the first 2 months, I ran it like that, just like that. In fact, this reminds me of an example. A month back, I was in Japan. I went to this restaurant in Kyoto. It's a Michelin-starred restaurant, okay. It's run by one guy. He has 4 tables. It reminded me of my journey. And he doesn't have a menu. He serves exactly one item, which is a roast chicken. So you go in and you sit. He gives you an option with 4 drinks. You choose one of that, and that's it. And then he asks 1 or 2 in terms of portions, and he serves you that 1 plate. Okay, and he's booked out till the end of the year. So that is the confidence in the product. If you have a confidence in the product and if you think it's really good, people will travel from anywhere to come and eat it.
Yes, Chef. Also, Chef, while building an enterprise, what are all pressures and strategies you have faced?
This is a long, it's a very long answer, but let's say COVID, for example, okay? My business was down in COVID 90%, okay? I was at one point doing about 30 lakhs a month and we were down to 2 lakhs a month. You have fixed costs, you have overheads, you have so many things to pay, okay? Now, one advantage for me that has been there is that I started small. I started from scratch and I started by myself, okay? So at every stage, when I realized that, okay, I cannot handle service on my own, I need a guy to do service, I understood till I could make extra money to hire that service guy, I never hired him. So once I had to hire someone to manage the kitchen, till I had extra money for that, I never hired him. So every single person in every department I hired only once I had the adequate capital to afford that. I never paid anything extra from my pocket to hire that person. So while it may be a longer way or a more difficult way to grow business, I strongly believe that sustainability of the brand will be there. Like it's been almost 8 years in Chennai. I'm sure that, if Brownie Heaven, even though it's not too familiar in other parts of the country, maybe in another 5-10 years, I'll make that happen. But in Chennai, I know that this brand will never die. Even if I'm there or I'm not there, I'm sure it will sustain because I've been able to build it organically.
Yes, Chef. Thank you, Chef.
Thank you, Chef, for sharing your experience. Starting from his journey as a cricketer to choosing culinary arts, his exceptional passion for baking made him start a brand and work even during summer vacation, when others would just want to relax. Start right now. Don't wait to be perfect. Sir proved to be a perfect example of this phrase. Thank you, sir, for sharing your beautiful journey from delivering brownies door to door to having an outlet in almost every major area in Chennai now. I'm certain all the students here are inspired by your story. Thank you, sir.
With this, we come to the end of our inspirational list of speakers.
I would now like to invite our Principal Sir, Dr. Chef K. Thiru, to felicitate our guest speakers and jury members.
We would also request our Vice Principal, Dr. Rajshekhar, to join him.
Yes. First, we have Mr. Prashant Rawarur as a guest speaker. A huge round of applause, everyone.
Next up, we have Mr. Pankaj Mehrotra as a guest speaker and jury member.
Next, we have Chef Niyati Ved as a guest speaker and jury member.
Up next, we have Mr. Satendra Pal Singh as a guest speaker and jury member.
Next, we have Mr. Nishant Vijaykumar as a jury member and guest speaker.
Up next, we have Chef Ajay Sharma as a guest speaker. Students, please applaud. Okay, so the most anticipated part of the day, the Innovation Day Prize Distribution 2023. Dignitaries, please join us on stage. Well, sir. UGPG's faculty.
You'll just be any guesses.
UGPG's faculty. Explain UGPG faculty.
So, yesterday's Innovation Day competition was divided into 3 categories: the UG, PG, and faculty members. So, starting with our faculty members,
the product that has won is a very big, will be a very big competition to Yakult. Any guesses? A big round of applause for Dr. Reena Verma.
So, under the PG category, there's a product I guess you might have never heard before, a vegetable yam ice cream. Any guesses?
Dandelites, Sahana, Bharat, and Pransha. Please come on stage. Let me start this. Let me start this.
So now, the UG category.
Okay, let's just start with the first prize. This is a very new innovation and it is a very popular street food. You might have eaten it at Canada.
Any guesses?
No guessing. Absolutely right, Kunal Chaudhary for his dehydrated. Dehydrated filling for momo, bao and dim sum. Huge round of applause. Setu ma'am, we would please like you on the stage as well.
For second place, it is truly what innovation means. A banana leaf halwa. The second place winner category names are Stalin, Shreya, Ishan Narula from BHM. Suresh is there?
Oh, it's so cool.
And for the third place, we actually have two winners. The first product that we have is something you eat every day, but now it comes in varieties of pesto, ghee roast, and chili garlic. As of now. Any guesses? The Makhan Project, Vivan, Dhriti, and Pranshul.
Next, we have a person who knows how to make living sustainable. Siddharth Gehlot from 12th course Baka.
Thank you, jury. With this, we come to the conclusion of this wonderful event.
Before we close it off, I would like to invite Siddharth Gehlot from the 12th course Baka to deliver the vote of thanks. Until next time, keep dreaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you with immense gratitude as we bring this Entrepreneurship Conclave to a close. On behalf of WGSHA, I extend my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for making this day truly special. First and foremost, I would like to thank God Almighty for this successful event. I would like to thank our principal, Dr. Chef Keteru, our vice principal, Dr. Raj Shekhar, and all our faculty and support staff for making this event possible. I would also like to thank Dr. Setu for her constant support and commitment towards the Entrepreneurship Development Cell. A special note of thanks to Dr. Anusha Priyadarshini, Professor Ratnadeep Bhattacharya and their team. Your dedication, hard work, and attention to detail have been the driving force behind the seamless execution of this event. Our sincere gratitude extends to our distinguished guests, Mr. Prashant Rao Arur, Mr. Pankaj Mehrotra, Dr. Manish Thomas, Dr. Mohammad Zubair, Chef Niyati Ved, Mr. Satinder Paul Singh, and Mr. Nishant Vijay Kumar for taking time out of their busy schedules. Your insights and presence have added immense value and significance to our gathering. We would also like to thank Chef Ajay Sharma for introducing his book to us. Furthermore, I would like to thank the WEDC student coordinators, Mrityunjay and Koina from 37th BHM course, and Shruti and Harshita from 12th course Baka. Our hosts, Sukriti Chawla, 35th course BHM, and Rahul Chetri, 12th course Baka. As well as our guest introducers, Anushka Bhattacharya, Hamsini V, Jade Maria De Cruz, Dhyanjali Satish from 11th course Baka, and Kavya S from 13th course MSc Dan. And I would also like to thank KMC for providing us this wonderful menu, the kitchen team for their food, the service team, the ushering team, housekeeping team, support team, and the audiovisual team. A big thank you to everyone who attended. Your enthusiastic participation has created an atmosphere of energy and camaraderie. Thank you for being an essential part of this event. Wishing you all a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you.